Yeah, well, you just, exactly, you're just gonna have to make do the best we can. Oh, I'm sure she'll be here. Shut that off.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the March 15th, 2011 Town of Wareham Board of Selectmen Sewer Commissioners meeting. May I have a roll call, please, Mr. Cruz?
Yes, Madam Chair. All 5 selectmen are present, plus Mark Andrews, Town Administrator.
Thank you. Before we get started this evening, I just wanted to take a minute to have a moment of silence for Dr. Charles and Dr. Betty Gleason and for Mr. Kenneth Beaton. We lost some icons in our community this week. They all made their contributions to our community, and I just thought that it would be fitting if we had a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. Our condolences go out to their families. Do we have any announcements, Mr. Cruz, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. I have 2 announcements. The first one, National MS Society Greater New Bedford Chapter would like to invite all to a community event at Cozy Restaurant in Wareham Crossing on March 16th, 2011 from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. to celebrate MS Aware Week. During this time, 10% of the proceeds will benefit the National MS Society Greater New Bedford Chapter. MS Awareness Week is from March 14th to the 20th, 2011. And to engage the community, we are asking, what does MS mean to you? The Greater New England Chapter has a local office in Wareham, which has been here for over 20 years. To date, close to 3,000 people in southern Mass out of 12,000 statewide are living with multiple sclerosis. For more information, please call 508-759-0402. Next one is Wareham, Massachusetts, 2nd Annual Wareham Works, Wareham's Community Economic Summit, Saturday, March 26, 2011, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Wareham Memorial Town Hall, 54 Marion Road.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Are these mics turned on? Can you hear me all right? Thank you. Citizens' participation. Is there anyone who wishes to speak before the board this evening? Please raise your hand. Nobody? Okay. Next item on the agenda is the Westfield discussion. Is the Westfield liaison come up to the table, please? Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Savageau.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Mr. Town Administrator. Bruce Savageau for the record, to discuss the Westfield RFP Review and Recommendation Committee. Excuse my voice. I have a little bit of a flu tonight, so I'll just start by telling you that we've had our 3rd meeting. We've made good progress. We're reviewing the document diligently. The chair is walking us through each page, section by section. We're eliminating information that we feel is redundant. We are updating information that we feel needs to be, and eliminating information that we think is no longer pertinent. We have about 9 pages remaining. The remainder is, after that, is information that's relevant to the Board of Selectmen's function and the Town Administrator's function as the procurement officer. The 9 substantive pages remaining primarily have to do with the elements of the management agreement, elements of the development itself, the specs and the build-out and so forth. What we are going to be doing after we're done with the review is begin developing the language for the athletic component. And we've had some preliminary discussions. I guess we'd like some guidance on that area. We will probably be recommending to the board 2 particular avenues or strategies. One would be to simply have the management company cut a check to the town annually to provide the maintenance of the grounds, pay for the development of the 2 fallow fields, as well as the ongoing maintenance, which would then be a total of 4 fields, and any particular costs associated with that. The second avenue would be to instruct through the RFP the developer to maintain through its management agreement with the sub-manager who would be responsible for managing the residential component of the development. That management company would either, or they would subsequently in turn contract with a professional management company to pay for the ongoing maintenance, upkeep, and management of the grounds. The issues that we're looking at are liability to the town, any income that may be generated by those grounds activities and where that income would go, whether it would be maintained as an incentive to the management company or would it go to the town's general budgets. As far as the time frame, I'm personally confident that we and although I'm not here to speak for, entirely for the committee, I personally feel that if we take about 4.5 pages per night for the next 2 meetings, we should be able to meet the Board of Selectmen's directive to at least have the review component wrapped up by the 26th, when the Board of Selectmen and the committee will meet jointly, and the Board of Selectmen will give us further instructions from that point. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anybody? Questions for Mr. Savageau? Mr. Holmes, please.
Through you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Bruce.
Sir.
That's an interesting question. What were some of the, if you don't mind, what was the feeling of the group? Where was the liability issues on the town? Was it in option A or B? Where the management company paid the town? I'm assuming that's where the liability question came in.
I believe the liability would lay with whoever had primary responsibility for the management, not so much the financial aspect, but the actual day-to-day operation and management of the property itself. That was raised. As far as where the committee was leaning on that, I believe the committee was tending to favor option B, which would be have the management company hire it out, keep the revenues, and if they could generate any, and maintain the fields efficiently as part of the written agreement, the management agreement that the town would have with the residential management company.
Right. And that's kind of where I was leaning. I thought option B sounded a lot better too. Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Andrews, is there any income that comes from those fields now into the town that you noted?
Madam Chair, through you to Member Holmes, it is a self-sustaining proposition at this point in time with respect to practice and ball field activity. So there's no direct revenue coming back to us at this time.
So right now, we receive no revenue, whatever,
It's really self-sustaining. We're trying to work with the
whoever's using it,
clubs.
the league, particular league that uses it pays nothing.
A shared responsibility,
They
right?
share that.
That's correct.
All right, Madam Chair, I think I would tend towards option B myself.
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Ekstrom?
if I may, and I haven't looked into this, but the review committee should be aware, and I hope you remind them, that those fields were created with community preservation money. And so therefore, as far as a management company coming in and thinking that they'll make a profit off of it by renting it out, that would be adverse to the laws of community preservation. And there may still be a sustained liability of the town because, number one, it is the town's property, and number two, there is something in the CPC. I just think that you should check out how that relates. Maybe you could talk to one of the members of your committee that I think is on CPC, or maybe the CPC chairman, to get a little bit better clarification
I
on
will.
what that would
I will
to
do that. I will certainly do that. As far as liability, we would presumably have in our general management contract between the town and whoever the developer's management company would be, a general hold harmless clause in the policy. Excuse me, in the contract. And we would also require them to hold and maintain all the requisite liability policies, insurance policies to protect not only them but the town as a second insured on that policy. So as far as liability, we can pretty much manage our way out of that. If CPC is an impediment to them raising funds, then obviously we'll have to look at that just strictly in terms of the income sourcing, not necessarily that, in our opinion, that should influence the decision one way or the other which way we go. But I will. We'll have our CPC person look into that. Thank you for that.
Madam Chair, you said on the Westfield Study Group, when you entertained this idea of ball field or recreational fields, and what was the group's position on this aspect of it? Was that discussed?
I thought you'd never ask. The vision that the committee had was more towards option B, where there would be a company that would actually maintain the field, so that obviously the town has some restrictions with regard to manpower, and even cutting a check to the town would cause us to be in some sort of position where we'd have to probably contract out for the maintenance of the field. So the group vision was, I believe, and perhaps Mr. Franklin expressed this at the meeting, at your meeting, that we would be looking for to be part of the residential management agreement. As far as the income prospect being generated, any income being generated to the management company, that didn't come up in discussion. We just thought that they would, as part of their lease agreement, as part of their rental agreement, absorb that cost.
Well, that was that certainly was part of the discussion, and the thinking was that the burden on, specifically on the municipal maintenance department, just because they cut us a check, wouldn't necessarily mean that we would have the manpower, the equipment, the specialized equipment necessary to keep our end of the bargain. That leads to problems contractually, because if we can't maintain those fields and push comes to shove, then the issue from a legal perspective is the town simply didn't hold up its end. So rather than go down that road, it seemed more prudent to just, if we were going to have a management company manage the residential component, and those fields were part and parcel to the overall footprint of that development, it just seemed to make sense that we would have them handle both aspects, irrespective of the financial income generated.
Mr. Cruz?
question I have on that, Bruce, is could you have that management company just manage the apartments and just do the maintenance on the ball field, and then we do what we've been doing normally with managing the ball fields on our own? All they would do is
Right.
maintenance work.
Right. Well, this is up to the Board of Selectmen. This is going to be part of your negotiating position when you're sitting down ultimately with the company, the developer that you've chosen, and you're now engaging in discussions with the management group. At that point, those are all negotiable. Are all negotiable points. The Board of Selectmen can certainly carve it up any way they want, whether they want some aspects of that to be solely the responsibility of the management company and some to be the town's, or whether wholly one or wholly the other is certainly the board's prerogative.
Mrs. Winslow, did you have any questions?
Madam Chair, no, I'm just listening to, I don't have a strong opinion, to be honest, either way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, we have several more reports to make.
That's what I'm hoping. A little bit more education on this matter. Thank you.
The last point I wanted to make, Madam Chair, if I may, is we have requested some information. As you know, we requested the chair to help us with putting together a structured Word document that we can manipulate as we progress. And I understand from your emails to me that you're working on that with the former consultant.
That's correct.
Okay.
Hopefully I'll have that for you tomorrow.
Great. And the other issues we were working with the town administrator on were the main issue, the water main, and I assume you'll be talking to the water commissioners on that matter. And there was one other matter,
Sewer capacity.
and obviously that's solely an issue for the.
That will be coming up for discussion later on in this evening's meeting.
Okay. Other than that, Madam Chair, I don't think I have anything more to report, and I will look forward to seeing you next week.
Thank you very much, Mr. Savageau. Thank your committee, too.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is bills. Do we have any bills, Mr. Cruz?
Madam Chair, we have no bills.
Great. And we have invited a number of people in this evening for interviews to committees. So we'll start with the Bike Path Committee. Is Mr. Howard here, please? Would you come forward and have a seat? Introduce yourself. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Luther Damon Howard, and applying for a position on the Bike Path Committee.
Would you like to give us a few words about your interest?
Well, as an aging runner, I'm no longer able to run. I've turned to biking the last couple of years, and I've only been living in the town about 3 years. I've do some volunteering at the recycling center on Saturdays, and really felt it wasn't fulfilling my need to give back a little bit, to learn about the town. So I thought, as I'm very much into recreation, physical fitness, the outdoors, I'd like to be able to volunteer my time. You know, I have a background in history, 31 years as a retired history teacher from Middleborough High School. I have public speaking skills, organizational skills that I think, and others skills that would lend itself to a positive contribution to your committee.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Howard? I see the Bike Path Committee has recommended him. Mrs. Winslow?
I just have one question for you. Have you attended some of the Bike Path meetings? Do you?
I'd say 3 or 4 meetings.
Okay, so you have a good grasp on what the project is.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And a recommendation from the Bike Path Committee, voted unanimously. Holmes?
Madam Chair, from the committee, there is a position open on the bike path committee. Has attended meetings and was recommended, and there is a position available.
I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to appoint Luther D. Howard III to the Bike Path Committee for a term to expire no later than June 30th, 2014.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? It's unanimous. Welcome to the Bike Path Committee, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you for your
Thank
service.
you.
We have an application for a member to be appointed to the Council on Aging Board of Directors. I understand that we still have perhaps some concerns about the number of members available on this, and I'm
Is
not...
Mrs. Minkle here?
Yes, Mrs.
Madam
Minkle
Chair,
is
could
here.
we just interview her first? And then
Certainly. Please come forward.
Good evening.
Hi.
I'm Kathy Moore-Minkle. I'm an employee of the town of Wareham, Wareham Public Schools. I was born and raised in Wareham, and through my position for the school department, I facilitate a grandparents raising grandchildren's group, which I've facilitated for the last 2 years. It's through my interest in doing that I met with Connie DeLago, the Council on Aging Director in Plymouth, who is also part of the Commission for Grandparents Raising Grandchildren. And I realized that I don't know all the services available to our elder population. Also, having lived here all my life, I felt it's time for me to do some giving back to the town, and this is an area that I'm interested in.
Well, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mrs. Minkle?
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, have you been able to go to any of the
No,
meetings?
I was ill the last meeting, and no, I haven't gone to any meetings. I've just gone and met with them.
Thank you.
I haven't.
Mr. Holmes? Nothing for her. Okay.
thank you very much.
Just by way of explanation, the last time, we have several applicants for the Council on Aging, and as you may be aware, town meeting vote recently asked to reduce the number of members on the Council on Aging Board of Directors.
Madam Chair, with all due respect, I have a report on that once the lady returns to the seat.
Okay, I just didn't want to let her leave the seat with wondering what was going on. And so Mr. Holmes has a report on the issue of the Council on Aging, and so he's going to give that to us. We're not going to be making any appointments tonight, but we
Okay.
appreciate you coming in and talking to us and relating your interests, and we will be getting back to you.
All right, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for
Thank you
coming
very
in.
much.
I think they are. I don't know why it's acting up tonight. Is it on now? Okay, good, better, thank you.
Testing.
Mr. Holmes.
Madam Chair, report from the Appointments Committee on the Council on Aging, Mrs. Minkle. We now have 2 applicants on hold and interviewed for the Council on Aging. At town meeting, as you recall, and you were so rightly saying, that there was an article to change. We have, first, the status of the committee is that currently, as of today, March 15th, we have 1 full member opening on the Council of Aging. But the vote at town meeting was highly requested by the former chairman of the Board of Council on Aging to change the number of board members from 11 to 9 and 2 associate members. And if I recall correctly, we got an email this week saying that, or last week, saying that the decision should be here by March the 23rd, I believe, on the approval of the changes. And I think it was felt a few weeks ago that we shouldn't be appointing people to a position until we got that final okay by the state to approve that bylaw change. So currently, we do have one full member. We have 2 people that have been duly interviewed, and as soon as we get that ruling, we certainly have enough people to fill those associate members, assuming that that is going to be approved. I don't see why they wouldn't approve it. And that's the status of the committee as of today.
So is it,
So if you'd like a recommendation from me
Please.
as the appointing person, I would say that at this point we do not appoint anyone tonight, and hopefully by, well, they said the 23rd, but we could get something this week, and we'd be in a position on the 22nd to make recommendations for those open spots. The people have been interviewed. They don't have to be they don't have to be rustled and come back in, and we felt that this was a good way to do it. Get them in on the 3rd, Tuesday as we agreed, get them interviewed, and as soon as those slots are available, we can just fill at any meeting of the board, any Tuesday.
is there a consensus of the board? Mrs. Winslow?
I would agree.
Mr. Cruz?
Well, Madam Chair, I think the interview is perfect. We need to interview everybody. Most appointments, they're always go to June of whatever year. So most of these boards are already filled, or mostly filled. There's only 1, 2. They can still operate with the members they have now because they have a quota. So even if we put it off until June or May to appoint them, there wouldn't be any problem. Just in case if there's anyone out there now that thinks that they want to come into a committee, they have time to go to meetings. They have March and April and May to go to any meetings. And then when we have the next one, we may have 5 or 6 more people coming up for committees. So we're not limited to just 1 or 2 people being on a committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, then I will take it that we have a consensus to hold off on the appointments to the Council on Aging Board of Directors until we get an affirmation of the result to reduce the committee down to 9. Thank you again for coming in this evening. The next committee we have this evening is a Clean Water Committee. Is Mr. Churchill here, please? I'd like to introduce yourself for the record and state your interest in the committee. Thank you for coming in tonight.
Thank you for having me. Good evening. For the record, John Churchill. I lived in town for 23 years now. I own a business in town. It's a civil engineering firm. I'm a registered professional engineer, registered licensed land surveyor. I've worked in town for about 10 years. Prior to working in town, I've worked at Otis Air Force Base, working for the cleanup at Otis Air Force Base, as well as working for a firm out of Sandwich, Horsley & Witten, which is a well-known environmental engineering firm. For them, we worked for municipalities as well as developers. I was very instrumental in the Pine Hills project, dealing with the water supply, wastewater, and the impacts on the neighboring cranberry bogs owners, and as well as with Horsley Witten, we worked for municipalities and helping them develop regulations. I've attended many consensus draft to develop the draft consensus report back in last year at the Mass Maritime. I've attended a Clean Water Committee meeting. I have also been very active in attending pretty much all of the meetings that are currently ongoing to help the Board of Health draft their regulations to comply with Article 80 that was just passed at the last fall town meeting, and going through that, and it's been a very difficult struggle in trying to develop those regulations And what I'd like to do is to not only being part of the developing regulation part, but actually part of the Clean Water Committee, which should be looking at instead of just drafting regulations, I believe what we need to be looking at is looking at the impacts as well as drafting regulations. It seems as though we're getting regulations without the real thought out of how that can be done. We've gone through many meetings, about 4 months now, trying to develop this nitrogen net zero. As of yesterday's meeting, it's impractical. We've been there. The Coalition for Buzzards Bay has made a statement even as early as yesterday's meeting. You cannot meet it without a third party, and to get a third party involved, the comments were made, and I'm not an attorney, but it's something we need to look at further. But I believe the Clean Water Committee should be studying these prior to going to town meeting with them, and I'm prepared to take on the gathering of data and to develop good regulations that are across the board, fair and equitable for everybody. There's five watersheds in the town of Wareham. We know the Wareham River's impacted. We know the Weewianek is impacted. The Onset and the Buttermilk Bay are not as impacted. There's the data that is out there is pretty available to us up through 2009. And I'd like to use my engineering knowledge and help this committee help gather the data so that we can come up with regulations across the board that will reach our target. The challenge that we're having is the only watershed that's currently being studied is the Wareham River watershed, and that's a requirement to develop a TMDL, which is a maximum daily load limit for the watershed. And the challenge is the model is not complete. It's in draft form. It's incomplete. The data is flawed. And this is straight from the Buzzards Bay Coalition, unfortunately. And I think we should be, rather than relying on Dr. Howes out of UMass Dartmouth, he's trying to do his best, but the available funding is not there. So I think we need to help him. I think the Clean Water Committee should be helping Dr. Howes in developing that model so we know what our target is, because once we know our target, then we can develop regulations to make sure that we fall under the target for the nitrogen limits in Buzzards Bay and the Wareham River watershed. And not only just nitrogen. I mean, the Clean Water Committee, we need to be looking at phosphorus. We need to be looking at other land uses, cranberry bogs, stormwater municipalities. There's a lot of direct runoff out of storm drains through town. So I believe there's a lot of things that need to be looked at, and I'm willing to take on that task and use my engineering knowledge to help this committee to develop good regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Churchill. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Churchill? Mrs. Winslow?
I don't have any questions, but thank you for bringing up phosphorus.
Mrs. Ekstrom?
I have, thank you, Madam Chair. Do you, well, first of all, I'll start off with, when we established the Clean Water Committee, a former selectman personally reached out to you several times, as well as another engineer in town, to ask to get on it. So why are you looking to get on it now when you wouldn't get on it then?
Well, that's a great question, because at the time, I felt as though the committee could move forward without my assistance, and I'm extremely busy, and I still am extremely busy. I've been spending at least 10 to 15 hours a week just to help develop this regulation for the Board of Health, and I'm thinking, my thought process is I could help the Clean Water Committee rather than get to this group of municipal employees and to develop regulations. I think that the Clean Water Committee, we can actually sort of, we're putting the cart before the horse, if you will, on Monday mornings. So if I'm investing this amount of time into this issue, then I've decided to go full force with it as of probably about, I don't know, 3 months ago, whatever it may be, 4 months ago. I've been putting an extreme amount of time into it, and honestly, it takes an extreme amount of time to do it, and that's why I'm here now. Not that I have all of a sudden freed up totally, but what it is basically the the way I see it going, the way I see the process, and we passed a regulation at town meeting that we find out 4 months later that can't work. So that's frustrating for the members, and I think we need to be looking, the Clean Water Committee needs to be looking at that before it reaches town meeting to actually see what the implications and what the outcome is prior to reaching out to the town meeting voters and representing that this is the correct approach and that it's going to work. I think
Okay.
so that's why I feel a little bit that
Okay,
we didn't look at it as
because I was going to say, just for people's clarification, we didn't pass a regulation at town meeting. We passed a bylaw.
Oh, correct, yes. Sorry
Okay,
about that.
and it's up to the Board of Health to create regulations to adhere to that bylaw, which the Board of Health agent got a group of people together.
Mhm.
My understanding is, or if I understand correctly, it's a subcommittee of the Board of Health to develop the regulations. When the bylaw went in front of the Board of Health back in September, October, it was suggested that we didn't need the bylaw because they could write regulations to get net zero and they could have them done by the end of the year.
Mhm.
I'm aware of some of the issues. I do know, because I was the one I was talking to Bob Ethia about Denver Street LLC versus Saugus, which is the I&I impact fee, which we're all on, not just the nitrogen regulations, but on several different things in town that we have to look at how that affects fees. But I'm just concerned, Dr. Howes, like you said, that report, we've been waiting for it for over 6 years. And I think that regardless of what that report shows, I think we all agree that the waters are impaired. My understanding, and that this is from the coalition, that the concentration of nitrogen currently is 55% over the maximum capacity that can be taken care of by, in the waterways. So even if we start right here, we're 55% over. And, anyone that does shell fishing or anything, in certain areas they will tell you how the shell fishing has come back when we've sewered an area. But you talk to people that have been here a lot longer than you and I have been, and they will say, they'll talk about how, you could walk in the waters and, there were, scallops and shellfish everywhere. And now you can't find them, or when you find them, it's few and far between. So I think that, I have concerns. We have the, we have the comments here. I've been to the nitrogen committee. I think that, I know that, you said that you were part of the consensus. I know that, I believe that you had said at the thing that you didn't sign it because that you had concerns. And I know that, I guess one of our warrant articles is to repeal the bylaw. And I just don't know if working on the Clean Water Committee, which that's the Clean Water Committee's job, is to clean the water. And so I don't know if, when you're talking about repealing the bylaw, that's going to bring more pollutants, when the Board of Health said, it's in their minutes, that they could have these regulations done in 60 days. So if the Board of Health agent or the Board of Health can't get those regulations done, then that's something to discuss. And my understanding is that they can get them, that there is a way to do it.
Mrs. Ekstrom, if I could, are you suggesting that you feel that Mr. Churchill would not be an appropriate candidate for this committee? I'd like to keep the discussion of whether or not the laws and regulations and water is clean or not. If we can keep the discussion to Mr. Churchill's candidacy for the board, and I just want to be sure that I'm clear that you're.
I am of the opinion that Mr. Churchill, and if I may also, with this, my understanding is that Town Council did go down to that subcommittee instructed people to file disclosures. I don't know if you have or not yet with the town. We also have a policy as far as people being on boards and committees and then representing, coming in front of boards and committees. I don't know how that's going to affect you in your business. So I think that those are, if not conflicts, appearance of conflicts. And if town council has said to file the disclosure, if you haven't, I think you should for that one before you look to be on something else. So yes, Madam Chair, I don't think that at this time it would be a good fit.
Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Churchill? Mrs. Winslow?
Can I ask Mr. Holmes how many openings? Okay.
Mr. Cruz, Mr. Holmes? That would be fine. Well, we will wait to discuss that until the interview is over. That's okay. No problem, Mr. Holmes. I know Mr. Holmes is very sensitive to making people feel uncomfortable while we discuss whether or not we have openings and all of that. And I appreciate that.
Is that not appropriate? Excuse me. Is that not appropriate to understand how many openings there are on a committee?
We will discuss that after you take your seat and not while
Oh,
you're
okay.
sitting here.
Thank you. All right.
Sort of front and center, if
For you,
will.
Madam Chair, I could explain to Mr. Churchill that we've had some debates that went beyond just that, and the person is still sitting there, and I think it's respectful to let them go back to their seat and then let the board discuss it without them, a person sitting there and looking at that.
Absolutely. I agree with you. If I may, Madam Chair, just to, I guess, reflect upon one of the points that was made by Ms. Ekstrom. The data that we're working with in these regulations that are being drafted on are mostly 2005, 2003 data. It's pre-wastewater treatment upgrade.
Thank you, Mr. Churchill. I do understand that the data is old. The discussion is whether or not you would be a good fit for the board. So if you want to elaborate once again on why you think you'd be a good fit for the board.
Because
briefly.
I'm making the people on these boards and committee aware of the most current data, and that's what I'm basically saying. And part of the reason why I got involved is because I had to actually go and research the information myself and bring that to some of the members. And without having that information in front of them, I don't know how these members can be making regulation decisions.
Okay, and I just have one other question. Is it in fact true that you were asked to file a disclosure with the town clerk for being on the subcommittee for the Board of Health regulations?
I thought it was, in my opinion, it was to make the disclosure or file it if we thought appropriate. I talked to my attorney, and my attorney advised me that as long as I am not drafting regulations or approving regulations, then there is no conflict of interest in that. So sitting on a committee is not a conflict of interest because I work within town.
I'm not talking about sitting on this committee. I'm talking about sitting on the subcommittee for the Board of Health
It's the same
regulations.
thing. It's a subcommittee where we're not approving.
You're drafting regulations, are you not?
What we're doing is we're helping the Board of Health draft regulations. They still have to look at the regulation and decide whether they're going to approve it. We can come to them with regulations, and they can still not follow suit. So we are not. We're helping them draft. We're not. And the same thing with the committee.
Thank you. It's an appearance, potentially an appearance of a conflict of interest. But you didn't file a disclosure.
I will
Advice of
file.
your attorney.
I will file one tomorrow if that's what the board wishes.
It's just a.
That is, I would say that just so everyone knows, disclosures, it can be recommended, and if you don't feel that you need to file one, then you certainly don't need to file one. Okay. It was recommended by town council that anyone on there that had any dealings with the town or any dealings in front of boards, committees, and commissions, file that disclosure. It may not be an actual conflict. I believe that the attorney at the time, town council, said it was at minimum an appearance of a conflict.
Mm-hmm.
You're drafting regulations. If they take your advice, you will be standing in front of that board arguing for or against or dealing with those regulations. To someone, they may feel that's an appearance. If you don't, then that's your decision.
Thank you, Mrs. Ekstrom. Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Churchill? Thank you for coming forward and offering your assistance to the town.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Holmes, it would be appropriate for you to answer Mrs. Winslow's question at this time, please.
All right, on the Clean Water Committee, and I would, through you to the clerk, Mr. Cruz, if I recall, Walter, and I apologize, I'm a little frazzled today, but did we have an announcement plus 30 days on the boards through the workshop we did? I believe we did. We said we would announce. It was a 30-day period for people to apply. Is that not correct, Mr. Cruz?
I think we did have a time limit, but it was for them to, and it was just on attending the meeting, and it was recommended that they did. It wasn't in
There was not a 30-day period following the announcement of an opening. I believe there was.
If I may, Madam Chair, I think
Mrs. Ekstrom.
Mr. Cruz may have it, I would say, but I think there was because Mr. Cruz was very adamant about giving as many people the opportunity to apply.
Correct.
And that was why I think it was 30 days.
Correct. Then on the, thank you very much. Madam Chair, to you and the board, on the Clean Water Committee, we recently received a resignation about 2.5 weeks ago. So, in following that 30-day rule, I would recommend to the board at this time that Mr. Churchill's interview is now complete, and we will hold an appointment for approximately 2 weeks. I believe we have 2 more weeks to go, close to 2 weeks, from the date I got Mr. Wheeler's resignation. So we don't have 30 days yet. And then as a follow-up, before the next board comes, I have a question about some of this discussion.
Please go. Please go right ahead, Mr. Holmes. You had a discussion you want to discuss?
No, I have
now?
a question about some of that discussion that just took place.
Oh, okay.
So that's the recommendation, is that I don't have 30 days between the time I got the resignation and tonight. So it's the board's pleasure to do what they want, but that's the recommendation under that workshop rule.
Mr. Churchill?
It's a 7-member board. There's actually 2 vacancies on this board as well.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
I didn't.
Mrs. Ekstrom?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm sorry.
I
I know that Mr. Holmes just said about getting to the next committee, or the next one, and I know there's several of them. Do you think maybe we could take them out of our packet order and do possibly the constable one and the fence view one? 'Cause
We can do that.
that's
I
gonna
think,
be bigger.
I think Mr. Holmes isn't finished with
And I
this
would,
discussion yet.
I would thank through you, Madam Chair, I would thank Mr. Churchill for his comments. The data I received is different than that, and I will look at it first thing in the morning. And if there is a current opening, then we could consider this next week for appointment. I just need to double check. But I
Understand.
didn't have any openings until the resignation, so. But I will check with Janet in the morning. Now, my question on what was just discussed here is a little bit confusing to me. The question over someone representing who owns a business and representing the town, or representing boards, commissions, and committees. If I heard you all correctly just a few moments ago, a simple acknowledgement in disclosure document to the town clerk is all one needs to serve on the board or commission if they represent the town?
No, they also need to be appointed by the Board of
Oh,
Selectmen.
I understand that. But, well, yeah, that being put aside, Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
because my understanding of that was quite different.
No, it's not that. And just to clarify, the position that the previous applicant came up with was that he was invited to be a member of this subcommittee. and as he said, it's to discuss the rules and regs, but he won't be passing it. He won't be making judgments on it. So it just needs to be a disclosure, or it was recommended that they have a disclosure because it's an appearance. Like I said, if someone knew that he was writing working on helping write the regulations, yes, the Board of Health would pass those regulations, but then he, a month later, 3 months later, or whatever, he would be in front of the Board of Health arguing for or against something in that regulation. If someone knew he was on that committee, they, could file a complaint.
Because
But there is more, I would say, just so, if I may, in, just say a regular board, I'll say conservation. A conservation agent cannot be, well, he would have to file a disclosure if he were to be, say he's an engineer, deals with wetlands issues or whatever, but he couldn't ever appear in front of his own board. He would have to get special municipal employee status from this board in order to appear in front of any other board. And so there is, if he's on a board, it's more complicated in order to appear in front of other boards.
Mr. Holmes, you still look puzzled.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just reading my notes because my next comment was going to be that I know many qualified citizens in the town who were serving on boards and commissions, and many new people who have come to town who have great expertise in many areas. And if it's a simple matter of disclosure, it would make my job at trying to fill these positions much easier.
I think it's there's two issues, Mr. Holmes. There's the issue of the disclosure of being on the subcommittee, as well as the appearance. If you could make them into two separate issues.
All right.
The disclosure is one issue. The representing individuals in front of other boards, commissions, and committees as part of his business is where you get a perception of a conflict of interest. And that doesn't go away just because you file a disclosure, which is, I think, what your question is.
That's my question.
Right.
Thank you.
And
Because I'm not making any distinction between a committee or a subcommittee.
right. And
Because the open meeting law doesn't create any differences. They're both treated the same way.
Right. And I would say, and I won't use the person's name or position, but we do have someone who is a highly respected, well-established person in in one of these fields, who has been a longtime member of a board. What he has done, aside from filing the necessary things, is that he has made it a personal choice not to represent, not to deal with anything in the town of Wareham, any business in the town of Wareham, where he would have to go in front of a board. So, there is that level, that might even be, or I shouldn't say that might be, that is really the gold standard of the Ethics Commission of what you should be doing. And, good for him, because he's been doing it for a long time.
Well, just...
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Holmes. Also, just to note for the record that the Clean Water Committee held their monthly meeting, and there was, on the discussion of Mr. Churchill's application, it was 1 vote in favor and 3 votes opposed. So when we bring this back up before the board in 2 weeks, just note that for the record, please. Thank you. Any further discussion on that? Then we'll move along to the constable's application. Is Mr. Lundholm here, please? Come up and welcome and state your name for the record. And
my name is Michael Lundholm. I'm applying for a constable license. I've filled out paperwork. I don't know if you have it in front of you.
we do.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you know the story.
Is there any part of the story you'd like to elaborate on?
I've been doing services for 5 years for a licensed constable, and he feels it's time for me to move up and expand a little bit.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Lundholm?
Madam Chair, through you. So this would be your first full constable?
Yes.
You've been serving under someone else.
Under Constable Terrell?
Are you licensed in any other towns as a constable?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm so nervous.
It's okay, sorry.
Under the lights.
That's our job.
And we have the rest of the names who are listed on your application. You have a recommendation from Colleen Carroll, attorney at law.
Yep.
Sorry, I can't read some of the names. Jack Zink.
Yep.
Is he?
They're just friends. I live in Plymouth, and
I see.
they're just friends.
And Mr. Terrell is the constable who
That's
you've
right.
worked with. He says you've been kind, friendly, and courteous. He doesn't say anything about being nervous. Well, I think the recommendation before us from Bob Terrell is a very good one, and he's been doing this for 5 years. What's the board's pleasure?
Madam Chair, I think that Mr. Lundholm has also met all the requirements down the bottom. I think that if this gives him the opportunity to expand or advance his career, and he'll still be working with Mr. Terrell and, through that office, I would make a motion, if no one has any objection, to appointing Mr. Lundholm as a constable to a term no later to expire June 30th, 2012.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Congratulations, you've just been promoted.
Thank you.
Don't be so nervous. Thank you. Okay. We have an application from Mr. Theodore Larkin. He wishes to be a fence viewer. Good evening.
Ted
I'm very
Larkin,
good, thank you.
owner of Bridgewater Fence Company, and I have over 30 years full-time experience in the fence business.
Would you mind speaking into the microphone? I'm sorry, people at
Okay.
home are watching and they like to be able to hear you.
I have over 30 years experience in the fence business. Moved to Wareham 2 years ago, a full-time resident now. And I was not even aware that such a position existed prior to reading about it in one of the local papers, that the fence viewer position was available. I've since been sent a fence viewer's handbook by Janet Doherty, unfortunately most of which is obsolete. It was put in place originally to handle complaints about cattle that caused damage because they were not properly constrained.
I don't think you'll have to be concerned with that
Right,
particular
so
issue.
I've spoken several times to Miles Burke in the building department, and he's pretty much thinks that this is a work in progress.
Where did you say you got that handbook? We need to take care
Janet
of that.
Doherty sent it to me.
Mr.
Pretty
Mr.
interesting, but
Andrews gonna
not
see-
no longer relevant, really. These laws were put in place in the 1600s and 1700s, many of which actually still exist, but
Well, we do have a recommendation from Mr. Larkin, from the Director of Inspectional Services. One of his goals and objectives is to develop a fence regulation for the town of Wareham, so. And I know that probably everybody here has had a fence problem at one point in time or another. I'm not sure we even have a fence viewer at this point in time. Do we, Mr. Holmes? Do you have a... We have no fence viewers?
No, I believe we had a woman a couple years ago and she didn't re-up. So,
Madam Chair, this was just revived, what, like a month ago, right? 6 weeks ago? Miles came in and,
the position,
right.
yeah, because it was just nothing. I
There
mean,
was
but
nothing going on.
there was someone a few years ago. But I'll tell you, I think it's a wonderful idea because being the liaison.
There's so much
to-
cattle going down
Well, no,
Cranberry
I'll tell
Highway.
you, no, being the liaison, when I was the liaison to the zoning board of appeals, there are a lot of issues, especially as the chairman was saying, you know, with waterways and someone wants their privacy, so they put up, you know, the illegal 8-foot fence, and then the people next door can't see the water that they paid for the view on. So I think that, I think it's a great idea.
Well, in light
to
of the
get
fact that this application has been somewhere in our office since October
Oh,
of
nice.
2010, you've been waiting quite some time to be notified to come in and see us. Would someone like to make a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to appoint Theodore Larkin as a fence viewer for the town of Wareham to a term to expire no later than June 30th, 2012.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained?
Nice job.
You are now the fence viewer. Get to work on that regulation, okay? We need to
Thank you very
update
much.
that.
I saw some turkeys crossing onto that.
Okay. Next, we have a number of applications for the Board of Health. Again, it's our sad week in town. The passing of Dr. Gleason, who sat on the Board of Health for many, many years.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Holmes.
Madam Chair, on this one, I think I'd like to speak before the applicants.
Certainly, please go
If
ahead.
that's possible, if it's with the indulgence of the board. This goes back to, I think, August or September, when Mr. Campina was promoted or hired as the sewer plant department head. And so he was serving on the Board of Health. The Board of Health at that point voted Ms. Allen to take over as the chair. The board also voted to move and reorganize themselves, which they have a right to do under the law. However, they don't have a right to appoint members to the board. So they appointed Dr. Gleason. Tom Gleason, yeah, I got to keep that straight. And so when it was recognized, we did alert Mrs. Allen about the discrepancy. And just for some history, the board has gone back, and any of the votes that were taken where Dr. Tom Gleason was the deciding factor have been rescinded per Mr. Ethier as of Thursday. So there's no issue at this point with anything that the board did while he was in that position. It is a 3-member board with 2 associate members. And unfortunately, with the passing of Charles Gleason, we currently have 1 member, Mrs. Allen. I believe we have 3 or 4 of the applicants tonight. Dr. Gleason is currently an associate member, and Lisa Irish is also an associate member. And I'll give you my recommendation ahead of time, and I can do it again after, but that's kind of the history and how we got to this point. So currently, as of right now, we have no Board of Health board. We don't have any members except for Mrs. Allen. So my recommendation to the Board of Selectmen tonight is, and I will ask each of the candidates that come up, so we don't have to redo this again in 2 weeks. my recommendation to the board tonight is going to be to appoint 2 of these folks as full-time members of the Board of Health. And then ask the board's indulgence to allow that board to come together and discuss the other applicants and give us a recommendation, so that we're not appointing 2 more members and then 2 associate members, and the board has no recommendations. We appoint. We are the appointing authority. Got it. But we always give a board the opportunity to discuss their membership. So that's what I'm going to recommend to the board. But I will ask each of the candidates. Technically, I guess we would need to bring them back to interview them, an associate member. But if they agree to it tonight, that if they don't make it to full member, would they consider being an associate member? Then I wouldn't have to reschedule more interviews in the future. So if that's okay with the board, I'll ask that question.
Madam
Mrs.
Chair?
Ekstrom.
Thank you. I was actually, I was going to actually ask the board if we make no appointments tonight, and if you will hear me out. I understand that there is currently only 1 member, and I have nothing but appreciation for the people that have served. However, one of the issues that I think we had before with the Board of Health is that the various issues that we have, you have your Board of Health issue, I mean your health issues, of course, but then you also have your whole Title V issues. And I mean, I'd like to do the interviews, but I think that this may be an opportunity where we can get a board, whereas rather than just replacing or we do have, I mean, in Wareham we do have under our charter the merit principle, which is that people should be hired by their expertise and their qualifications, not just for the length of time that they've been somewhere. And I don't mean any, it's hard to say because I don't mean anything negative about it. I just think that with the Board of Health, with the complex issues that they have, and that it is a 3-member board, and there are certain regulations under the law that they have to have on there and everything, I would really like to interview them and get, rather than putting people on it and then having other people sitting as associates or whatever that may have the expertise in other areas or not being put on it. I think that I would prefer that if we could interview them, and then I think even talked with, see if we could get Mrs. Allen and Mr. Ethier in here and go over, because there have been, we have had some breakdowns in communication between this board and the Board of Health, and the Board of Health is an autonomous board. Once they are appointed, there isn't any oversight as far as with the Board of Selectmen as there are with some other boards. So I just think that because of the complexity of the issues and the number of people that, and I understand that we're short people on it, but I think that if we took it and we voted, they don't have another meeting before then, I don't believe, and we took it and looked at it, that I think it would probably be a good thing.
Mrs. Winslow?
Madam Chair, I have to say that I don't believe that it's fair to the community to leave the Board of Health hanging another week. Right now there is no Board of Health. We're supposed to have a medical doctor on the board. I think that a good compromise, I would prefer to just appoint all these positions. Some of these applications go back to 2008. But a good compromise would be to appoint the full. Yeah, we've had one on file since 2008. So I think that we need to, at the very least, get this board up and running. That's my thought on the matter.
Sorry, I see an application here from August 24th, 2009. I believe at that time we had no vacancies on the board.
We have one from December 4th, 2008. One from August of 2009, and one from, it looks like November of 2010.
And I must be missing something in my packet. May I look at yours, please? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
That gentleman was brought before the board previously, just for your information, so you know that we haven't been holding on to that application for since 2008.
Well, he was also recommended by the Board of Health, and I wasn't sitting on the board at that time, but the application's been sitting
But I just think
there.
clarification for the people at home, I don't want them to think that we have an application that's been sitting in a file since 2008 that has not been addressed by the Board of Selectmen, so.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Cruz, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, on the Board of Health, they have 3 members and 2 associates. We had appointed all 5 members to the board. And when you have an associate, it's assumed that if someone isn't there, the associate steps up. We had a retirement and a death. The Board of Health calls for one of those members to be a doctor. The associate is a doctor. Now, we have 2 associates. Why can't we just move the 2 associates up now? They meet twice a month. So now, what are we doing to them now? We only have 1 member, Dr. Allen, or Diane Allen, the chairman. So I'm with Mr. Holmes. We go ahead and appoint the 2 associates into a full-time membership, interview what we have now, and then we can make a recommendation. It's only 2 associates, and we have 4 members now, or 5 applying. Now, if we can't pick 2 associates out of that, something's wrong. So I recommend that we at least do the associates, move them up into a permanent position. And then we have a full board, and they continue their work. And as Mr. Holmes said, if it has to go to the new board to come back, we can come back, but we can interview tonight. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Holmes.
Now speaking as a member of the Board of Selectmen. Just to clarify, my initial report was based on our workshop in our issues. Now, I happen to agree with some of what I said earlier as a member of the Board of Selectmen. And I understand there's been a lot of questions, and I did have some conversation with Mr. Ethier about this over the septic design reviews and things like that. However, he didn't give me the answer I thought I was going to get. He felt that we had it under control, and he had some people that he used as references that were very knowledgeable in that area. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't mean to say true, because Bob Ethier wouldn't lie to me. Whether it's accurate or not, I don't know. I'm not an expert on septic design. That's why these folks are here, to take care of those things. But my recommendation as a member of the board would be to fill the board. And most people don't recognize associate members, but my understanding of associate members is the Board of Selectmen appoints them to serve on the committee. Then, and the point of that is the town recognizes them so they can gain experience and they can gain knowledge about the board and the workings of the board, so that should there be an opening, a legitimate opening on the Board of Health, that at that point in time, if they felt qualified, that they would put their name into the Board of Health to be considered for a full-time member. So, as a member of the Board of Selectmen, I have no problem appointing the two members, the full-time people. But I would also agree with the fact that I would like to give that board a chance to meet for their first meeting, official meeting, and discuss the other applicants and then come back to the Board of Selectmen with a recommendation. We don't have to re-interview the people, in my opinion. I think one interview is enough for the Board of Health. And if, like I say, and if anybody says tonight, if I don't make it to full member, I don't want to be an associate member, we just won't consider them when the time comes. But I don't think there's any harm in foul. I don't think we need to bring these people back out again for another interview to be an associate member.
Well, I agree
That
with,
wouldn't.
oh, I'm
So-
sorry, Madam Chair. I would say I agree with you with that, and I do agree also with Mrs. Winslow that, you know, one has to be a medical doctor, and you know, and like I said, it's just I feel bad because it's not anyone or anything. That was my concern. If we want to, you know, if we want to do that, but I think that there is something in that this is the board that makes those determinations, and you know, we were the ones that before that was saying, you know, if, just because you put in the time or just because of this or whatever, you know. So, but if we're going to go back to that, I don't have a problem with it. I just think that something like this, it should be done very deliberate. It shouldn't be, you know, I mean, if there are reasons in here, I mean, if there are people in here that are 2008, 2009, you know, and there was a recommendation, was there, you know, recommendation, what was the reason back then that they weren't appointed, if they were interviewed or whatever? And I don't even know, I didn't even look at the dates on them, so I don't even know who's being referred to. But that was my only suggestion, and if the compromise is to appoint promote the associates to the full members, or, you know, appoint Dr. Gleason so that there is a majority of the board, or whatever, you know, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but it was just a suggestion.
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Winslow?
have we received any correspondence from Ms. Allen in terms of whether Dr. Gleason, Dr. Thomas Gleason, and Lisa Irish are interested in these two full memberships?
Yes, we have. The board, well, it's kind of interesting because there really was no board to make the recommendation, but somebody made a recommendation. On October 20th, 2010, they respectfully recommended to the Board of, well, on February 15th, they came back to the Board of Selectmen and asked for, you know, recommended Dr. Gleason, Dr. Tom Gleason for the appointment. And so, as of that time, there were two full-time members on the board who could recommend Dr. Tom Gleason. And yes, there was also a recommendation for Lisa Irish.
And both of my question is, have both parties expressed an interest in that full membership?
Yes.
Okay.
Both here.
Yes, they're both here this evening, I believe. And there they are. Hi. Sorry to be taking so long. I think that's a good compromise. Personally, I think we should go ahead and make a motion to, I would entertain a motion to appoint both of those members. I think they're both interested. They're both here. I don't really see a need to re-interview them as we have interviewed them in the past, unless someone on the board wants to ask them. Okay, I can see Mr. Holmes. Well, all right, let's start with Dr. Tom Gleason. Would you come forward?
Madam Chair, my expression is just to follow the procedure.
Got it.
Okay.
I've invited
That's all.
Dr. Gleason up to the table.
Well, we'd like to say good evening to the doctor.
Good evening, Dr. Gleason.
Dr. Tom Gleason.
Thank you.
Okay, I've been a resident and practicing physician in this town for roughly 35 years at this point, and I've been an associate member on the Board of Health for probably a year and a half, and I've attended all but one of those meetings, and I think I've come to know, at least reasonably, the workings of the board and the decisions that need to be made, and I would hope to continue as an active member.
Thank you, Dr. Tom Gleason. Does anyone have a question for Dr. Tom?
Thank you.
I would.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Miss Irish? Apologize, for some reason your application is not in our packet this evening, but I do recall receiving the
My name's
correspondence.
Lisa Irish, and I've been a member probably a year and a half, a little less than Dr. Tom Gleason. And I've attended all but one meeting. I don't know, you don't have my resume or anything in your packet? Okay.
No, there's nothing in our packet.
I worked at the Harvard School of Public Health for 7 years in research in nutrition and epidemiology in the School of Public Health, and now I work at the Mass College of Pharmacy in Boston. Interested in public health, interested in working in the community. We've lived here about 7 years. I'm also part of the playground committee at the DECUS school, so interested in just general overall public health of the town.
If I might ask you just one question. Board of Health issues that have come up in the last year and a half, was there anything that stuck out?
No,
in your
and that
mind?
was one thing I noted when you were talking. As associate members, we fully participate in the meetings, we ask questions, we debate, we just don't vote. So I feel like I've fully participated in all the meetings.
And is there any issue that you feel that the community might like to know about, or that struck you as particularly interesting or perplexing, or?
Definitely the nitrogen consensus is interesting, just as someone who has been involved in research and studies, just the process has been interesting.
Does anyone else have any questions for Miss Irish? Is it Mrs. Irish or Miss Irish? I'm sorry.
Mrs.
It's Ms.
Mrs. Ms.
2011, Jane, it's Ms.
Okay, well, she might like Mrs. Thank you, Mrs.
Thank you.
Irish.
Thank you.
We have several other people here who are also. Joan Holmes. Is Joan here? Good. Thought she might have left. We've taken quite a long time this evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Joan Holmes. I've been in the healthcare field for the last 10 years, and prior to that I worked in housing, so I've had a lot of experience with boards of health in the city of Boston and outlying suburbs. And prior to that I worked with Metcalfe on the expansion of the sewer treatment plant. And January and February I've been working for the town with the Miles Burke and his department, assisting them as volunteer. I've been putting in about 20 hours a week for the town for the last several months.
Thank you. And you've been in town for a while now? A couple years?
Since 1988.
1988. That's a while.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Holmes?
I'm sorry, if I may, Madam Chair, could you just, Ms. Holmes, I was reading, when you said property management, in Boston, I was reading that when you said something about the sewer plant. Could you elaborate on that a little?
Yes, I worked with Metcalfe, the design engineers for the expansion of the sewer treatment plant. So I basically handled all of the paperwork on site. And that was a $9 million project from 1989 to 1991.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, have you been attending the meetings of the Board of Health?
I have not.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Holmes.
Ms. Cruz? For the record, to my knowledge, Mrs. Holmes and I are not related.
That's right. I was going to mention that.
Unless your family's from Provincetown.
No?
No, we don't have a chance. you know, you've heard some discussion this evening about full membership, associate membership, et cetera. If you're not appointed as a full member, would you consider this your application for the associate member position?
Absolutely.
You would? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Mr. Holmes. Thank you, Mrs. Holmes.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you coming in. We appreciate your offering your service, and thank you very much. Although this, and Mr. Brady.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Bob Brady, for those that don't know me. And I am an applicant for consideration for an appointment to the Board of Health. I'm actually delighted and hopeful that you do at least fill the complement of the board, because I don't think any community should not have a Board of Health. Further, I think that the two associate members certainly should get the nod for full membership, and that you do then from there fill the associate memberships with whoever you choose.
Thank you for your recommendation.
My involvement has been significant over a number of years in Wareham. I have served, as you are serving now, I have served 6 years on the Finance Committee in Wareham. I am a volunteer for the Board of Health. I've helped with the last 3 or 4 flu clinics that have happened in the town of Wareham each fall for both seniors and for children. I'm very much interested in what we do eventually with regulations as to managing nutrient loading. I have been a participant in the whole consensus effort that has subsequently developed an action plan, which you're all, I hope, familiar with. That plan was presented to you, the members of the board, back in August. We continue to meet as volunteers, whether you call us a subcommittee, a consensus group, call us what you want, but we are all volunteers. And we're going to hope that as soon as possible we can get some regulations before the Board of Health for their approval as the governing body. And with that, got a significant amount of experience both in real estate and engineering, and I would very much like your consideration. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Brady?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Winslow?
Mr. Brady, have you been attending the meetings of the Board of Health?
Yes, many of them.
More than 3?
Oh, yeah. Pretty much all of last year. I don't think I attended the last meeting. The meeting where they undid all their votes. I wasn't present there, but prior to that, I've been to several over the last year anyway, maybe a year and a half.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Were you at the meeting on October 20th, 2010?
I don't have that good a memory. What was the agenda?
The agenda was the Board of Health voted to appoint Dr. Tom. I thought that one might stand out in your mind.
It doesn't. But I certainly would have endorsed that appointment. It seems, in fact, if you read the law says that you can have 3 or more members to the board. The law doesn't say much about associate members. How Wareham ever adopted associate members, I'm not sure, but nevertheless, you can have 5 members if you choose. You can have 11 if you want. The law says you can have 3 or more. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Mr. Holmes?
Certainly. I would encourage the board to appoint the associate members to full membership myself.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Brady.
You're welcome.
Mr. Montero? Good evening.
Okay. My name is Glenn Montero. I spent 20 years working for the Board of Health. I retired a year and a half ago. I was on there for 20 years. Prior to that, I was on the Housing Authority for maybe 21 years, and adult education for 5 years. And I'd like to be on the Board of Health. I always wanted to, but because I was an employee, I couldn't possibly be on the Board of Health. I would like to take over with Dr. Gleason, Emily Rose, and Ralph Thompson, who are now deceased, and continue their work. It doesn't matter if I'm associate or full-time. I don't know how many years I have left. I don't know if I can put in 20 more years, but I'll do the best I can. If you appoint me, I'll be there for you.
Thank you, Mr. Montero. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Montero?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Winslow.
same question everybody got. Have you attended the recent
No,
meetings?
I only attended one right after I retired, that's all, just to say goodbye.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just as a
I'm sorry, okay.
Mr. Holmes?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yes, I would, yes. I was associate member when we first, was I on the Housing Authority for about a year, and then I became their chairman 5 years later. And I was stayed on that chairmanship for the next 15 years. I was a health inspector. Yes. Underneath Carl Wakefield, Dr. Gleason, Ralph Thompson, Emily Rose, Bobby Ethier was my last supervisor. I enjoyed working there, and I'd like to get back on the other side of the table.
If I may, Mr. Montero, so I assume that because you're, that is what you did for 20 years, so you're familiar with the Title V and you're all
Yes,
of
I did a lot of Title V inspections, mostly
And the
mostly restaurants and
restaurant
environmental stuff.
inspections and excellent. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you again for coming in this evening. Okay. In going along with our previous consensus, I'd entertain a motion for appointment to the Board of Health, full member to the Board of Health.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to appoint Dr. Thomas Gleason to a full membership on the Board of Health to a term to expire no later than June 30th, 2012.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? It's unanimous. Thank you, Dr. Tom.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to appoint Lisa Irish to a full membership on the Board of Health for a term. Just hold on, it's not in our packet, so I gotta look. Not to expire no later than, hopefully it's in here.
I apologize.
It's not.
Madam Chair, I don't know if
Mrs.
the board
Ekstrom.
would go with this, but could we appoint Mrs. Irish next week? There, with two people on the board, it is the board does meet.
So
She's an
we need
associate,
to have
so
an
she's still
accurate
sitting there,
date. If
but we
Jamie
need
got
to
it,
have a
Mrs.
date.
Winslow?
It's not
It's
in
not in
here.
there with
We
the
can,
other
I
ones.
can do it Tuesday. That's
Okay,
fine.
thank you very much.
I apologize, Mrs.
We
Irish.
need to have an accurate date. 'Cause she's
So that the
filling-
rotation works
and
correctly.
Dr. Gleason just filled which position, Mrs. Winslow?
He filled a full membership position, which is also the position, he's a physician, so we filled that requirement.
So he just
June
filled
30th,
Dr. Charles
2012.
Gleason's position?
Or
Mr.
Guy's.
Campini?
We don't know.
Well, if
That
it's,
date.
may I, Madam Chair? If it's 2012, then he's filling Guy Campina's spot.
So
all we have to do is find out,
Is she 13 or 11 or whatever it is, yeah.
and it may be 11.
Or
And I'll
14,
check that, I'll
or
check
14.
that in the morning and we can have that for Tuesday.
Excellent, thank you.
We need to have the
Appreciate
right date, so Dr. Tom filled Guy's and Lisa will fill.
do you have the list there, Mr.
Don't have
Holmes?
it. I don't have the my own personal packet with me.
We can,
Why don't we appoint her for June 30th, 2012 and amend it next week if we
That's
need
what I
to.
was just thinking. I believe, I want to say for some reason that's when Dr. Sherm's term ran. But I'll make a motion to appoint Lisa Irish to a term to expire no later than June 30th, 2012, which the board may amend next week if necessary.
Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Irish, I just want you to know that when I vote against this, it has nothing to do with you or reflects on you. It's that I think the procedure's being done. I think that we should just wait, and with the quorum of the board, so it's nothing against you.
Madam Chair, I will jump on the sword and take the blame for not having that packet in this page here.
Mr. Holmes, thanks you. I appreciate your willingness to take
But
the
I
blame.
happen to agree that I've been a stickler on all of these appointments since you put me in that job, and with all due respect to Mrs. Irish, I'd like to appoint next week, if that's okay. I go along with that so that she has the right paper she signed. We signed the first time. She signs it right the first time. She gets re-sworn in, and we're done. And it's all over on Tuesday. She doesn't have to come back. We'll just notify you that you got to go by, and sign the paper. Is that okay with you? Okay.
Would you like to withdraw your
I'm
second?
fine with waiting a week, and I apologize
Or your
once again
I'll withdraw my
for
second.
not having it in.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. Thank you. The motion and second have been withdrawn, and we will be making your appointment with the proper date next week. And just, not by way of excuse, but Mr. Holmes has had some issues in his personal life this week that have, he's usually right on spot, and I just want to say you're always right on spot, and appreciate your candor. As far as the other three applications go, we have, we would
By
hope
the
that
way,
the Board
Heather,
of
that
Health
was your
would-
shout out, by the way.
I'm sorry?
May I'll
If we could then have recommendations from the new Board of Health on the associate members. We are missing 2 recommendations from them on these 2 new members, so and then we would appoint them in 2 weeks.
And I was saying, and of course, I mean, because Ms. Irish has been with there, she could certainly give a consensus of an opinion with that, even if she's not on, so I mean, then we would still have the 3 of them would still have an opinion.
And Madam Chair, it's not that the Board of Selectmen has to go along with that recommendation.
That's correct.
But we give
We just
all
like to have the
all
courtesy.
boards the courtesy of doing that, and as this new board regroups, I think we should give them that courtesy as part of the process.
I believe Dr. Gleason.
As far as I know, the board doesn't have a scheduled meeting until April 6th.
Okay, so we're okay for another week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gleason.
Okay.
But in the event of an emergency, you now have a board that can meet.
Okay, I'm going to, I think that completes our interviews and appointments for this evening. I'm going to jump ahead to skip over the seasonal liquor licenses for the moment, because unless there are people here representing that. Do I have people here from the pavilion, Bay Point? All right, let's just do these. Let's just whip right through these, please. Bay Point Country Club, is there somebody here from Bay Point Country Club? Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Kalina Kirkham with Bay Point Country Club and Functions.
Thank you. And we need the renewal of the seasonal liquor license.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve a common victualler. How do you say that? I can't. Victular. I'm sorry, I'm quite nasally tonight. All alcoholic beverages license issued to Bay Point Functions Incorporated, doing business as the Pavilion at Bay Point Country Club. Mark A. Gibson, manager, 10 Bay Point Drive, Onset.
Second.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? It's unanimous. Thank you
Why
for
do you
your
Why do you
patience.
come in? Every time you come in, you sit here all night for a 5-second discussion. What is it with that?
Do we
What's
have-
up with that?
Do we have anybody here from the Lobster Pot, please? Thank you.
If I may interject, we didn't know we were on the agenda for tonight.
You didn't really need to be here, but thank you for
okay.
coming. I'll Entertain a motion on the lobster pot, please.
I'll let someone else do it.
Mr. Cruz?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Make a motion, common vic wine and malt beverages license issued to Geico Incorporated doing business as a lobster pot. Joseph A. Marino III, manager, 3155 Cranberry Highway, East Wareham. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? It's unanimous. Is there anyone here representing Kenny's Saltwater Taffy? I hope they're still in Florida. I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Madam Chair. Common vic license and malt beverage license issued to Kenny Saltwater Taffy, Louise Masachero, manager, 180 Onset Avenue, Onset.
Second.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? It's unanimous. The last one, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, Madam Chair. Club, all alcohol beverages license issued to Point Independent Yacht Club, doing business as Point Independent Yacht Club, Peter Sullivan, manager, 15 Independent Lane, Onset.
Second.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? It's unanimous, 500. And if you don't mind, Mr. Andrews, I think the hour is getting a little late. Let's jump right down to our town business, and we'll take up the town administrator's report afterwards. Okay, the first item on the town business agenda is, well, that's something that the board can discuss as well. We have people from the Economic Advisory Council that's seated with us tonight. Would you like to come forward, please? Apologize for the lengthy discussions, but necessary. Okay. You were placed on the agenda at your request, so I'm hoping that you have some good news for us. Good evening. Would you use the microphone, please, Jean? Thank you.
Jean Connaughton, Chairman of CETA, and Ben is on the Economic Advisory Council.
Good evening. Nice to see you again, Ben.
Alan is on the Economic, Alan Slavin, you may know him. And Tony Scaziotti, a member of the Economic Advisory Committee. While you're finding your paperwork, I'll just make a few comments and you can carry on. Alan, the newly appointed Economic Advisory Committee came to us, evidently they did some cleanup downtown and came up with the idea that they would like to, it was suggested that there be an information center at the Wareham Railroad Station. And so they brought that forward, and the CETA board has recommended that they explore the feasibility of an information center for the railroad station. And what we're asking the Economic Advisory Council to do is prepare a well-thought-out plan projecting uses of the building, who will oversee and fund any staffing of the building, any other services that could be provided, determine the amount of time it will be open, summer, early fall, early spring. I'd like to see some sort of consensus among the businesses and the Wareham Village Association and have their input into the process. They've been through it before. We had an information center downtown, and unfortunately, it lasted 5 years and had its ups and downs. My only point being that I think that as an information center, a standalone as an information center, I don't think really works in downtown Wareham. We should figure out some other uses for it. So I'm hoping that they will come up with some good ideas and give us some good advice, come in with a design and a plan and a budget, and then come back to you before any process is started.
Good evening, everybody. Alan Slavin. I'm sorry I've come down with a cold, so if I start to lose voice, just smile and laugh at me or whatever you want to do. The Economic Advisory Council was put together. We only had one member for a while. We thankfully got two, so we're putting out a request tonight after people listen to what we're doing. Hopefully we get two more so we can have a full membership. We basically make recommendations to the CETA group as far as possible economic areas to go look at. Hopefully we'll be able to do a little more by going out and reaching out to the community a little bit more than just saying hello. What I've given you first, if you look, is the projects promoting economic development stated 11-10-10. I'm a little late getting to you with all this because we only had one member and one member can't vote on anything. So these projects, if you look down the line, these are things which we feel we can accomplish during this coming fiscal year. These projects really don't require a lot of capital. They just require a lot of physical labor and effort. One of the key components to getting this started is to take the train station behind Merchants Way, which has really been a sore spot for a long time. If you look at the pictures I gave you, I've taken the pictures as it exists today. And if you look at, in particular, this picture here, which is from Main Street looking down the opening, which you can drive both ways at this time, which will change around. That's what you see. But that's a very nice vista to look at. It would be a business and a visitor center. We don't have any place really right now where people come in looking to do business or looking for questions, get answers, and obviously we don't have a visitor center anymore. The state has cut back tremendously on the two ends of the state coming in as far as visitor centers with information. It doesn't exist anymore. They've taken the funds away. We get some help from the Cape Cod Canal Chamber of Commerce. We get some help from New Bedford. But the bottom line really is the only one that's going to help yourself is yourself. The end goal for this whole project long term is really to have a Wareham Chamber of Commerce. It's pretty much that simple. This is the first step in a long, long process. What we're hoping to do is get this started, which will affect the Tremont Nail Center Park, the Narrows area that we're looking to do, historical walking tours of Wareham. All these things all dovetail together. You need one to start, but they all work right one from the other. And that's where we're kind of starting with. We've talked to a bunch of people. We've asked business people about this already. I've given you a couple letters from business people in town that are highly supportive. Mary Crowley from Crowley Real Estate was supposed to have sent me an email. Somehow I didn't get it today. Jack Conway, who is a fairly large realty developer in Southeast Mass, actually Massachusetts, is a big proponent of these type of things, is also supportive of this. I have not gone before A.D. Makepeace and some of the other businesses, but have talked to them about the Narrows area for development and stuff, and also the Center Park area for development, and they've all been very, basically all interested in doing these things to help develop. And what we intend to do is try and work out a system where we can have this sustainable long-term. We'll be able to staff it, but we'll be able to do it with volunteers and with funding not from like CPC and things like this, but we would do it through our own fundraising and how we basically we bring in business, which then the businesses come back and give us some kind of fee or anything for helping them bring business into the town. It's basically a push-pull system. We don't just sit there and just have a nice little building and say if you happen to be here, whatever. We help bring people in, get them to the different businesses, get them to the different areas, and then it builds one to the other. That's the basic concept. It's very simple. It just takes work. And that location is ours. If anyone says a train is coming down through there, I don't think we're going to see a train in my lifetime coming through there. So it's time we basically get together and do something with it. It's a real sore spot in downtown. You want to develop the roads going back and forth and through the center of the village, and this is an ideal way to do it. So that's the basic thing there. What I'm looking for from the Board of Selectmen is we have that $50,000 that's been sitting going back and forth out of the Wareham Crossing for the downtown development. It was earmarked a while ago, actually, the original. I think the funds were earmarked $25,025 originally, first 2 years of the project. It's never really gone anywhere. There's been discussions how to use it, whatever. We need to have a little bit of seed money, so when we go before these different places, businesses, agencies, etc., we need to show that we have some funding already, because if you go there with an empty hand, you really don't have a lot of, it shows you haven't done any work yet. And what we're trying to do is show that we have a basic plan, and we will not go ahead with any of this until everything is laid out so we can show how from beginning to end and how this thing will perpetuate after it gets started. The idea of putting this together and having it fail 2 or 3 years down the road because we can't fund it or can't man it is a waste of time. So this has to be a project that actually will work on its own. And that's basically what we're looking for. If we can finish the building, if you go down to the building and take a look at it, the building is built in such a way that you can easily box it in. It doesn't require a lot of work. I know Walter could go down probably in 10 minutes, could go through it and tell exactly what to do. My dad was in the construction business. I looked at it very closely. It's not a big job to do. The bathrooms work. They're just all boxed in. So the biggest expense, which is the bathrooms, is already in place. We can glass in around the area going around through, and the idea is really to take, if you look at the backside vista going out onto the river, that's basically a vista you can't buy anywhere today. I'm hoping that through working with the Conservation Commission, working with the Mass Coastal Railroad, that we have some way of accessing going across the railroad tracks on the backside there, and going out and putting some boardwalk right along the river there. And having develop some kind of river walk, people can go on and look at the area. These, again, are long-term plans, but this is the basic idea. We're also basically looking at tying into the 275-year
Madam Chair,
anniversary.
could we stop for a minute?
Sure.
Mr. Holmes,
You have a
did you
call,
want
but you're just speed reading this stuff off, Alan. Slow down for a second, please. Go back to what you were just talking about. I'm looking at that picture on the bottom. Are you talking about closing that building in?
Yeah.
And putting walls around it?
Putting
Why
walls
don't you
up.
expand it?
We can take what we have now, and it'll be enough to do. If you want to,
I'm sorry?
If we want to raise
Slow
more money,
down, please.
if we want to raise more money, we can go ahead and expand it. We can take what exists there and wall that in very easily.
Basically, what you need is what we had at Frankenstein's before, I think, is the concept, Steve, which is
I have no
a
problem.
room
with
where
that.
you
I have
walk
no
in.
problem with the old with the old
Well, I
information
mean,
office.
Frankenstein was good, but I mean, I'm just saying that what I think they're suggesting is that you need more resources if you're going to make it bigger. The footprint there is just the right size to have a room where people can come and walk. There can be a sign on either side of the alleyway that points to a visitor center, and then you either walk down or drive down and walk in the door, and there's somebody sitting there with a desk and brochures and a guest book and the kinds of things that we had at the visitor center in the center of town previously. And it could be done for short money. I think that's the idea.
Well,
Chair.
I for one, I enjoy sitting on that patio and looking out over the water. I for one would think that, and again, this is just an idea, so, my idea would be to make the building bigger and go the other way with it, as opposed to boxing that in. And the second thought I had while looking at this building in that location is, at some point, when we get into with the new chief of police, that may be a good little summer substation. Because as you know, we've spent a great deal of time and effort, and Mr. Andrews knows, on this building. And the guys will come in and clean it up one day and paint over all the graffiti and everything else, but then the next day you come back and it's all repainted. So the guys are out there scrubbing the building down and repainting the building. You come back the next day, it's all right. You know that as well. So I like that spot, but I don't know if I'm such a big fan of closing the building in, because that really is a beautiful patio to sit on. That's just my idea.
Well, you can't
Just a
have,
thought.
you
Just
can't have an open patio and function as a business and visitor center, obviously.
I'm sorry?
You can't have an open patio.
Well, you could add a small addition on the other end and put a table and chairs and give directions, or extend the patio and close it up a little bit as you go along.
Not easy.
I like open space.
Well, you're going to have glass.
Oh, glass. It's not quite the same as sitting out, enjoying the fresh air.
You just go outside
Well, right
the
now,
door.
if you sit out there, I hate to tell you, you'd
Well,
have
these
to
are ideas, correct?
hold your nose from the stench. And that's unfortunate but true. I know that I was part of the cleanup crew that was downtown behind Merchants Way with the Move Wareham Forward group on October 30th or whatever day we were down there. There were probably 20 people cleaning up back there, and we know that we have an issue down there, but I think the idea is that if you put something alive back there that's inhabited every day, maybe it would also keep that kind of traffic down or discourage that kind of traffic. And we don't have a lot of money, Steve, so,
Well,
I mean, $50,000, and I'm not sure the $50,000 is still available.
I'm
It
not
is.
sure if it's
Okay.
enough to do
Good.
all this, but
Madam
I'm
Chair.
just saying, those are just my thoughts on that building.
Okay,
That's
great.
all.
Thank you.
Can I just ask one question?
Certainly.
The former visitor center was also set back a little bit from the beaten path, if you will, of Main Street.
Yeah.
And have you excuse me, have you looked at the reasons why?
They took the building back because they wanted to rent it out.
Okay.
It was not owned by the town.
Town didn't own it.
Okay.
They also had difficulty staffing it.
Mhm.
It was under the Chamber of Commerce, CETA funded them initially, and their presentation was that they could get on their feet in 2 years and be successful, and they never really were able to do it. So that's why I'm suggesting that we need a good plan before we initiate.
Yeah, that would be my next,
I
yeah.
think it's an information center, but I think it has to do something to bring in, incorporate businesses who are interested in information. There needs to be some other information gathering done there, some other pull. It isn't like you're going to come pull off the highway to look for a map in Wareham Center. That's done on 195. So that's why I think a broader plan has to be really, which is ideal as the first project for this advisory council to work on.
Well,
Come up with something that could work this time. I was disappointed the first time that it didn't work.
yeah, I like the out-of-the-box thinking.
I never make it easy.
No, you never do.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Cruz?
Yes. Now, the visitor center sounds like a good idea. Now, have we researched the Wareham Chamber of Commerce and see how many businesses we can get into it? Because then you'll have seed money to start off if we're all...
We have...
'Cause at one time, we did have a Wareham Chamber. We don't now, right.
No.
So what's the consensus? Right.
And this is the first step in order to put that together. There were different factions which you have to bring together in order to make a chamber work. This is the first part of starting that.
So
It's
can
basically, this is the first piece.
Right, could your committee, well, you only have 2 people, but...
We have 3.
Yeah, 3. Now, could you run something down and see if you can get information on what's the viable thing of having a Wareham Chamber of Commerce? Because a lot of them belong to the Cape Cod Chamber, and they belong to other. Now, if they can come into us, and we can recoup so much money for the dues, that'll give us a jump start on the visitor centers also. In the meantime, we can take a look at that and see, if we can do it without the closing it in, as he's talking about. Now, I don't know what's on the other side, because it's been years since I've been in that building.
Well, the idea, the reason to close it in, and when I say closing it means you're boxing something in, you're going to have windows going around. Obviously you can have benches on the outside going around it, which is available now, so you can sit outside. You don't lose that. But the idea of boxing that in is simply that you're going to have brochures. You're going to have people want to sit and look at maps and things. You're going to have display things. You really don't want it with an outside element that we have on a year-round basis. It's not going to stay together.
So
you're
what
going
you're
to
saying,
have at least one person working in there
the
also.
building as it is now cannot work unless you do major repairs.
The building as is right now needs to be boxed in to make it a visitor center. You need to have a building. You can't just have it like a kiosk.
Just one comment. I did speak with Jackie Lindsay today, and she said it's like a wind tunnel coming up through there, up to the old information center. And she had to use a shovel to dig everything up. So this may, in fact, block some of that if it was enclosed, and limit the amount coming up that driveway onto Main Street.
Well, if I could go ahead, Mrs. Ekstrom, go ahead.
I was going to say that the overall concept, I think it's a great one. I'm looking at, I only have these pictures, but I'm looking, it looks like if those are beams at 8 feet, probably 8 feet apart, so you're looking at a 32 by 32 foot section. I'm not saying that you have to do it, but if we're going to ask you to look at it, you could look at doing a 16 by 32 or 24 by 32 and still leaving some shelter with some benches or whatever. Those are concepts that you could do, and I don't know if you'd need a whole 32 by 32 in there or whatever, because I'm thinking about, and I know it's not a rest area, people are going in to get maps, but when you do go up, like say you go up to New Hampshire, Maine, and you go into the rest areas, they have the open area, it's not locked up, and then you can go into the next area where there would be maps and things like that. So I think the idea is a good one, and I think that if Mr. Holmes' concerns of that, then you can look at really how much room do we need? Can we leave some of this?
The only reason we think we need this much room is because it's going to be a visitor center, which you're describing, but it's going to be a business center also, where people come into town that are curious about where they go to find things. If they want to open a business, they're curious about what's happening in town. You've got to have, it's like if you go to Las Vegas and you go to the convention center, or you go to the tourist bureau. They go there, they have one area strictly for the tourists to go give them brochures for the shows and everything else. They have a whole other section which is developed for economic development. Are you interested in coming here? We talk to you. the offshoot from that is, which is Walter's talking about, is the next step, is to have an actual Chamber of Commerce, which goes out and solicits business from all over the country to come to that particular area.
I think the model,
The-
we're looking at the model that they have in Bourne, basically,
Yeah.
which is the train station, acts as the headquarter for the Chamber of Commerce, and has a little visitors bureau where you can go in and get some brochures and find out what's going on. And obviously, our space wouldn't be anywhere near as large as what they have in Bourne, but actually, theirs looks larger than it really is. But, you know, that's the kind of model. And I think that what I would suggest is that come back to us with a dollar amount. How much is it going to cost to do this?
Well, what we're looking,
And then again, along with that,
what we're looking for from the board first is an answer, are you interested in us pursuing this? Because again, we're only an advisory committee, so we're making a suggestion of how to bring some economic development into the town and provide a visitor center to the town. It's the first step. So if this is something the Board of Selectmen want to move forward on, then we'll continue to do work on it. But we've got to this point. But for us to go farther than this and go contact businesses, unless we have the support of the board, we really can't go talk to a business and say, we're going to do this, and then not do it.
understood. That's why I was suggesting that. It sounds like the board would like to support you, but you would come back to us with more information, like how much would it cost to put the building together and that sort of thing. I mean, unless I'm hearing people incorrectly. Mr. Holmes?
No, Madam Chair, I think it's a great idea. But again, what does it cost? What is it going to cost?
Right.
What is
So
it going to look like? What is the plan?
An initial
Having a
go-ahead.
visitor center, and I think it's a great idea. Mrs. Jean just spoke about why the other one went down. Is there a plan to fund this? Is this $50,000 that you keep mentioning isn't going to get you very far?
We know that.
No matter what, how are you going to staff this? You said, Mrs. Connaughton, that there was an issue with staffing. Who's going to be physically in this thing? What's the plan, Alan? That's what we're looking for. But
Well, that's key words. Is that what we're looking for? And I think
that's
we
what
are.
we're looking
So
for.
I
Yeah, I
think
think
we have
it's a great
consensus of the
idea.
board to-
But you can't ask for the support. You can't ask for a future vote of this board without knowing what the ingredients are. That's all I'm saying.
And Madam Chair,
you go out and do the research Mrs. Ekstrom's talking about, and then you come back and it's $200,000, and you say, "Well, you said you'd support us." That's what we need to avoid. So if we have more information up front,
it's not what we're
that's
asking.
not going to happen.
We're
You can
asking-
laugh, but
I'm not laughing.
that's the way your question is phrased to me when I hear it.
No, you're asking an advisory committee to go out and get drawings done and stuff. We have no funds or anything, so if you want us to do something to pursue this, we need some funding in order to start it, obviously. And then we go out, if I'm going to go before AD Makepeace, as an example, or I'm going to go before, any of the places in town, we basically have to say, we're coming here with this idea, and it has the support of the town if we can make it work financially. We're not going to tell someone we're going to do
That
it.
sounds reasonable to me. That's a reasonable statement.
I mean, that's what we have to do. I'm not going to go out there and say we're doing things unless we basically been told we can go ahead and try this if we can make it all together. My statement way in the beginning was, unless it's financially feasible and sustainable, we're not going to bring it forward. But we just can't do it on our
I
own.
support that statement.
I think what he was simply saying is, we'd like to have the understanding that when they come forward with a plan, that they could utilize at least $10,000 of that money. I'm not a fan of using the whole 50 on it. I'd like to see some other way to make this work. But at least if he wants to go out and fundraise, he wants to say that he has some seed money. That was simply it.
Thank you for putting a dollar figure on it. Mrs. Winslow?
I think that the concept of a visitor center is a good idea downtown. I always thought that it was. I was very disappointed when the one that we had didn't work out for whatever reason. My concern is the location. People are driving down Main Street, aren't necessarily going to think that they need to take a turn between Piper BoS and the jug shop to get to the visitor center. And most people who aren't familiar with this area aren't familiar with the fact that Merchants Way is back there. It would be my preference that something like this was included in that downtown revitalization plan, as opposed to trying to go at it ourselves. Because I think we're going to end up in the same spot that the last one did. That's just my thought on the matter. It's not an easily visible spot. If I'm from far away and I don't know where I am and I'm looking for a visitor center, I'm not going to necessarily think that I need to go behind the buildings on Main Street to...
It will require putting some signage out there. That
and I understand
helps
that,
you do
but that can still be very confusing to folks.
And again, you may end up changing your traffic, dynamics as well if you do this.
That was...
Well,
Mrs.
I
Armstrong?
would like to
Thank
change
you.
that.
I was going to say, if I could ask you, could you find out what the selling price is on the house on the corner at the Narrows, the former doctor's offices? Because I will tell you right now, I brought it a few years ago when we were talking about the downtown, and Mrs. Winslow just said it, as far as if you change the traffic patterns down there. Personally, I think that is the perfect visitor center area. And if you're going to put a couple $100,000 into building this one, you might put a couple $100,000 into buying that one. It's expanded. You might be able to rent some of it out. That would recoup some of your costs. You would have an area for economic development. You would have an area for tourism. If someday someone listens to me and we get the high-speed ferry service in at Bessie Park, that you could sell the tickets there to shoot over to the Vineyard. If you change the traffic pattern and people have to go up Merchant's Way, that is something with that. But either way, people would be in that area. I think it would be a nice end cap. You've got that house on one end, you've got Tremont Nail on the other end of Main Street, and have at it. That if you could just find that out, because I'm not against this. I think that, especially thinking of it of a rest area or information area or something, that's what it was supposed to be. But if we ever get a train, I know you say not in your lifetime. I know there's a private one that, that hasn't come through yet either, but something might come up out of it, and then this wouldn't really be available because we'd be using it for other things. So I'm not opposed to it. I think what you're doing, I think it's a good idea. I think it's in the right direction where we need to go, but that's just my little tidbit on my idea. So if you could find that out, we might be able to. It's for sale.
Yeah,
it's
been
right
for sale
beside
for
the
a while.
bait shop, and it's been for sale for quite some time.
Yeah, because it's
And it's much bigger than it appears, I believe, because there were doctor offices and stuff.
All the downtown doctor's offices are all moving.
Yeah,
So
they're all going.
All those buildings are going to be vacant.
There's actually a nice vacant one right on the corner too.
That's going to be vacant also.
That's another. I guess my biggest concern is that I really like the idea, and I actually think that if we were in the downtown revitalization project, it would be perfect. But I just don't know that we can get people.
I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, Mrs. Connaughton, but the downtown revitalization project has already been planned out, has it not?
It has, and
Does not include
point
this
out
piece.
what we did do when we met with the town administrator and Jackie Lindsay when they the lease was up and they refused to renew. We talked about some alternatives, which one of them was the train station, as you recall. And then it seemed that at that point it wasn't really something that the Wareham Village Association wanted to take on. So we talked about putting have in our plans a cement pad just behind in Fazoli Square, large enough for one of those push carts. So I guess that was our alternative for in the summer, for people to have information out there, maybe to have somebody there. So that was far more visible from the street. And I guess we can think about that before we start the revitalization. Maybe that would be a way to catch people's eyes and direct them if this is feasible.
I got a
and
great
go
way
down
to
that
make
way.
money too.
You could put some.
Great way to raise money for the downtown revitalization. I'll tell you that.
The concept sounds, to me, like you have plenty of support from the board in concept. It's a matter
And
of...
I think that's the whole point.
Right.
We've got people sitting in front of, There are people sitting in front of us who are willing to take the time and make the effort to they need a little seed money to go forward and explore these possibilities and to present themselves to other people. Let's just cut to the chase. Is the
Have we
board
used
willing
it?
to commit some money to this group to let them go forward and come back to us with come back to the board with some other ideas? Or you're saying, all of the things that are on this list, we only talk about one really specifically, but say hello to a program to Wareham's businesses. I mean, how are you going to do that without some kind of pieces of paper to hand out? I mean, getting things printed up and
We'll generate the PR work, and then we'll find a way to
well,
work
right,
it out.
but I'm saying, if we gave you $10,000, Alan, you would have some money to go forward and start doing those kinds of things.
I agree. But we also have available to us, just, SERPED does have programs available to Wareham that we can apply for different projects like this. There are some funds out there that don't have strings attached.
So do you want the money or not?
We will take the money.
Go look at those programs. Go ahead and apply
What
for
I'm
those
trying to get at
programs.
is, we're not asking for $50,000.
I know you're not. You're
We just
asking
wanna
for
s-
10. Gene said 10.
We're not asking, we're just saying that
Serpent
money is there,
Commissioner?
and if we put this all
I have
together, and
20,
then
20 hours. You know what, I was going to, again, not that we're opposed to it, but I was just saying to Mr. Scasiotti that as a Serpent Commissioner, I have 20 hours of the consulting or whatever. We haven't used it. You guys, if
we haven't used it in a long time.
Yeah, so if you want it, I
But
can.
there's $20,000 and $25,000 grant programs, which we'll be discussing in a few minutes in the next one, that are also available. There's a lot of things down there. The idea is, we were looking at the easiest, which is not always the best way, but we wanted to come and propose to you what we thought would be the easiest, most financially frugal way to get this off the ground, and that's what this is. If you want to expand it a little farther in scope, then we're more than happy to do it. But we didn't want to come here with something that just wasn't financially possible to do. This is doable as we've presented. If you want to change it around, move it, then we just have to figure out how to make it work. It's not a problem. Whatever it is, we can make it work as long as we're all on the same page with the same end result. We're not going to go forward unless we have a project that's feasible, and we can't go forward unless we can afford to do it as well.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Cruz.
You said you don't want to go forward unless you know it's feasible. If you have to do your homework to find out if it's feasible.
Absolutely.
A visitor center is for visitors to come in and find out where other businesses are at, so the visitors can go. So the businesses are going to come out better than anyone else. It's not us individual. It's the town and the businesses.
Correct.
So if you would go with the Wareham Chamber of Commerce, what is it to go and talk to Makepeace or any other business in town? To join the Chamber of Commerce. Now, when you do that, you'll have your money to start. Now, by that, you know that the visitor center is going to come out. Another thing is, why did the other visitor center go plunk? That's what we need to know.
I think that.
So we need to research that so we don't go.
A lot of reasons, I guess, and they're all guesstimates, but it was run by a chamber that was not the Wareham Chamber.
Correct.
And I think that could be the start. That is where the focus of where most of the businesses want to go, is to have their Wareham Chamber.
So our first step in then is to go to Wareham Chamber.
Wareham Chamber requires, it will be probably, Walter, really a financial entity of its own. It will not directly be a town entity. It could be a self-enterprise fund of the town. It would almost be like what CEDO's put together. It'd be a whole different thing. It's quite complex. You can't just form a Chamber of Commerce. It's much more involved than that. You have legislative things you can do and other things.
It was a long time ago, Walter.
Right, I know, we had one before.
We don't have it now is the problem.
I know we don't have one now. So what we need to do is check everything out and find out what's the feasibility to have it. Now, when we put this visitor center, you're asking us to pay for a visitor center.
No, we're looking
until we check out everything. You want us complete support, and you haven't done the homework yet.
We are looking for a business and visitor center. This is proposed as a combination of both. It's the only way it will work. We're not looking for a visitor center only. We never have. This is tied in to bring economic development to the town of Wareham.
And then we have a job fair coming up. So you can exploit that.
How about utilize, not exploit?
Right. Thank you.
You have to have a program.
Madam Chair, through you, Mr. Andrews, have we spent any of that money, or is that is that full amount still identified and reserved for, is it 50,000 that's identified and reserved for downtown?
Economic development, that is correct. Yes, it is intact. There was a great deal of discussion, if I could just remind the board, in this esteemed panel, that we were looking at concrete ways to get, you're talking about a multi-year plan. Am I correct, Alan?
Yes.
Okay. But the thought that at least I recall from my notes, recollecting back, that we were trying to get and use those funds for some immediate economic development plan that would have some results that we could see in a little bit more tangible time period.
I agree. I mean, I was going to
That's
say...
my recollection.
Well, I was just wondering, because I know that there was also some concerns of if we were going to use it for some smaller things, fencing and things like, do you recall
Sure.
that? So I didn't know if we had used any of that
Clean up,
for
no.
that, so,
Not to my knowledge.
okay.
Madam Chair.
There was also a big discussion one night, I believe, not in favor of using any of that money for labor.
Right.
Right, but I
As I
believe that
recall.
we took a vote on the specifics of what that money could be used for. So before we commit any of those funds, we should look back at what we did, just to be sure that we're not undoing something that, we did have a lengthy.
Well, and I agree, especially if we had something, if we took a motion, or if we took a vote to support specific things. What I would like to ask if we could have, do you guys remember the date that you were in here for that? Or the time when they were in here for that?
Was,
Last fall, was it?
That would have
In
been
what?
that would have been with Chris Riley. I think it was, he actually was there, and he also came back later on with the Mike Fitzgerald, I think, in the two ends of town, with the 25,000 each.
Mrs. Connaughton,
Oh, that was back, probably early June 2010,
Summer.
perhaps.
So, but not.
I believe it was the night that we, Mrs. Connaughton, if you recall, Chris was here, and we did we advanced the administrative position to 40 hours that night.
That's right.
It was all done in that same meeting.
Oh,
And
that-
then the 50,000 came up,
That was July.
and then we
I think.
put
Right
the,
in that
so that would have been the meeting.
So if we can, all right, so if we can find it, thank you, I would say, if we could find those minutes, and then hear what it says, and then we can make a vote on it next week if we, because I think that the consensus, for the most part, is that we are genuinely in favor of something towards this, and it's just a matter of,
In this $10,000, Madam Chair, through you to Mrs. Connaughton, this would go to Eugene and the CETA Board?
What
And
we
you would
envisioned
manage
is
this-
they're going
who-
to do the work, come back. First of all, they're going to come back with the plan. We'll come back into you before anything is spent and discuss whether it is feasible or not. And then we would have a process between the CETA Board, the Board of Selectmen, and the Advisory Council. But they have the enthusiasm, and they're going to be the worker bees.
I don't believe we can be involved with any of the money at all.
right.
That's right.
Right.
Just,
That would
we're
be
strictly,
your
again, we're strictly an
Advisory.
advisory board, so we're advising CETA on a potential project. We will do the work that they allow us to do.
Right. I just double check when money is involved.
Madam Chair.
Mrs. Winslow.
I believe that the meeting that we actually discussed that 50,000 and took a vote on it may have been in late August, because we spoke about using some of that money for labor and keeping on some of the summer positions to keep the town clean, and it was closer to the end of the summer when we were discussed. So if you can't find it in July, you may want to look towards late August.
Mr. Riley's gone by August 27th or something,
And
wasn't
I
he? So
don't-
it
I
would
don't
have
re-
had to be-
I think there were two separate meetings. I thought you were talking about
Yeah.
this. We initially came in with a recommendation for the sign facade to extend that.
Right.
Then I think this conversation must have occurred.
I don't believe Mr. Riley was here the night that we actually,
Oh, so it would have been later.
right, because they made the recommendation to us, and we took it under advisement, and then it was later that we actually had a full discussion.
Yeah, I mean, we can flip through, we can all flip through our
Yeah.
minutes. I have my minutes, so we can flip through and find them. It's only a
So if we could just you know,
half a dozen
make a long
meetings.
story short here.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I think the consensus of the board is that, correct me if I'm wrong, board members, that we like your ideas, we like your enthusiasm, we appreciate the fact that you're willing to go out and make the effort. I think we can look at this project and have some sense from the board that you have support of the board, and that there's potential for us to set aside $10,000 as seed money for you to work forward with this, to bring back the information that would help us make further decisions as to what else we can do going forward.
Okay.
as
We'd like to be able to work with Mr. Andrews to make sure that if we're going to visit any businesses, that if any other discussions are going on internally in town, we don't disrupt something that's already in place. Because
That should be,
I
go
just
without
understand that
saying.
we don't want to go off on our own and go visit people.
Excellent.
If something is, before we go and do anything, we need to follow through with the town administrator to make sure that's okay as well. Simply because there may be some discussions going on and we don't want
Right,
to interfere
that
with
shouldn't
them.
be any problem at all, I don't think. Thank you.
Just want to
Al.
make sure you understand that we're very sensitive to how this all works.
Right, obviously, make an appointment, get on his agenda.
I would
Yeah,
ask
go
that we
ahead.
probably reschedule us back for the 19th of April. By then, hopefully, we'll have some figures for you. You should have two new selectmen in place for a week and a half at least.
I would suggest that you make that suggestion on April 6th,
Okay.
as I will not be scheduling the agenda at that point in time, so,
We're just asking in advance to make it
Right.
easy.
I
I'll send it
understand.
later if you'd like.
thank you. Is there
And
anything
if
else?
also, again, I just ask, if possible, again, the current members of the Board of Selectmen that will be there by that time frame, if they can go over the different 7 areas that we've listed, to see if they have any questions, objections, or any differences they'd like to see us do from what we've made for these outlines. Again, these are just things we've put together that we feel we can do within a year's time, and we just want to make sure that these are things that we can go ahead with. So we're asking again for the Board of Selectmen to make recommendations or approvals or any suggestions at all. Because we're representing the town of Wareham when we do some of these things.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Slavin. Thank you. You want them to answer you? Yes? No?
Back in April, when we come back in April.
Okay, thank you.
I don't expect anybody to, if someone gave me a piece of paper today, I'd put it over here and say, I'll see you later. You can't expect anybody to answer anything when they haven't seen it ahead of time.
Thank you. Thank you again for your enthusiasm and your ideas to make Wareham a better place.
Thank you for giving us the time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, is the Marine Resource Commission here?
Yes.
Other members of the Marine Resource Commission? You're here by yourself?
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr.
He's on
O'Brien.
it, isn't he? Oh, and Mr. Begley.
Here we go.
Okay, you can keep me company.
Good evening. Again.
You have here the 3 revolving clerks from Marine Resources. Nobody wants to take the clerk's job, so we bounced around between the 3 of us. Unfortunately, our chairman is Frank Tremontosi, who is, I believe, the chief engineer for Mass DOT, and he's off fixing and doing things and cannot make it tonight. He apologizes for not being here.
Get it after the meeting.
As you know, we've been asking over a period of time. We didn't have the assets at the time to put together the new updated harbor management plan as far as putting out. We had done the work, but we hadn't been able to put it all together on paper and revise it. What Jane has there is an output from Matt Underhill, which is in the town in the ITS system. So if each selectman would just request from that, either he can forward it to you so you can do it on your computer. I'm really not a big fan of killing a bunch of trees. It's about 80 pages, which is about 42 pages front and back there. The report is a rough draft. It basically updates the information as best we can. David and I have to thank David for the tremendous amount of work he did to help me get this done. Without him, we couldn't get it done at all. We've got probably about 30 different things to look at for updated information. We are going to try and get information from 2007 to 2010. I really hate it when you put together these informational booklets and you're looking at stuff and it's 2011 and the information says 2003. Most of the time it's not relevant, so we're working very hard to get this all updated. So a lot of stuff you'll see there right now is still too old. We will be fixing that, but it's just to give you a rough idea of what we've put together. This is a waterway harbor management plan for marine, which means coastal. The plan itself has a little another piece into it that was never put forward back in '95, I believe, which is a harbor management council. Asking the Board of Selectmen to look through that section, which is in the back. I think it's the back 1/3 or 1/4, which explains the council. We put it all together. We've explained it. What it would do is it would eliminate the Marine Resources Commission. It would form a council whose job would be to manage the harbor itself and everything involving the harbor. It's more involved. It's a whole different concept of how it's done. It may generate, depending if you feel that way, more income for the town, more development for the town that's controlled. But that's a decision that the Board of Selectmen is going to have to make if they want us to pursue that particular part of this harbor management plan. What we've also had is Gary Buckminster, who was away in Alabama on some special training, asked us to consider doing an inland waterway management plan, which we've never really done before. There are a lot of issues that have come up in the last couple of years with safety issues, just things in general with the inland waterways, our rivers and our ponds, etc. So we are going to go ahead and work on doing a management plan for inland waterways. On that particular case there, which I think we're going to need some help and a little financial aid, we have asked through Derek Sullivan, through Mark Andrews, to contact Don Sullivan at SERPED, because in one of my other duties in regional economic work, Don Sullivan made a comment that they had funding to do something like that, that we should apply for it. So hopefully we'll see if we can get some funding for this particular portion of it, which would speed up our process quite a bit. I gave Jane a flash drive, which means anybody who has a computer, plug it in, everything is there, you can download it. Again, if you want, Matt can print out copies for everybody. I just didn't have enough paper to go around today.
It's okay, no problem. I wish you had sent it to us prior to the meeting so we could have a chance to look at it and digest it.
My fault.
That's
Simple
okay.
as that. There's a lot of work there. And again, we're not expecting an answer today or tomorrow again. And we'd expect to come back in about at least a month from now and come back and look at it. There's a lot of detail in there on the Harbor Management Council. There's a lot of thought went into it, but there's also a lot of concepts that may or may not work. The town may not be ready for it. So we just want an answer. Do you want us to pursue this or not, or do we pull it out again? It's as simple as that. That's all I got.
Thank you very much for bringing it by and letting us know what you've been up to. Thank you.
I just wonder
Mr.
if there is in some way, Alan, we can get copies of that somehow to the other members. Is there some way we can do that, please, achieve that the other members besides Mrs. Donahue?
Don't worry, I'm going to share, Frank.
Oh, wait, wonderful, wonderful.
I promise.
Could I say that the basic thrust and the purposes of this update is not just an updating of material. The original plan was 1992, so you can see some years have elapsed. In 1992, we had substantial government funds to help us. We were starting from zero, so we did need help. This time, the funds were lacking, and we felt we really just had an update to perform rather than a total birth of the plan. I think our purposes are a few. One is to try to involve the citizens of the town as much as is feasible in the operation of their public waters. The waters out there belong to the people of Massachusetts, the people of Wareham. And how do we involve them in the good, long-term, constructive use of the waterways? I think one of the things we have to address, Mr. Holmes brought up the issue. I think he said he was attracted to open space. And one of the things I think we have to start thinking of is not just open space on land, which in the last 20 years has become a reasonably popular issue to talk about. This new issue of open space on the water is going to become very, very important, in my opinion. I'm interested in what Alan had talked about the old railroad station. I was a business broker for many years, helping people to buy small businesses, helping them to sell it. And I think that until several issues are addressed efforts to help Main Street, at least, are not going to be fulfilled with great prosperity. One reason is there's too much flow of frequent traffic on that street. People become almost desperate to get through the town. There aren't sufficient parking spaces, they think, so they go through. But that I'm digressing from the subject matter here.
Thank you.
Basically, we are trying to involve more people. It's a public decision of the town of Wareham people that should be making many of these decisions. I think we have good rapport with Mr. Buckminster and his new assistant who came and introduced himself several weeks ago, Mr. McIntosh. And our purposes are to work with the Harbor Master's office as much as possible. Let us state that as a criteria.
If I could, would you have any problem if to get that objective met as far as the public being involved? Is there any reason why this could not be made a public document at this point in time? I'd like to put it on the website.
It's, I set it up with Matt, so one, he can either download directly to you in your own home computers, or he can basically print them out here. I didn't want to go ahead and print out, 10 or 20 copies ahead of time. So it's available, like if you, tomorrow, everybody could have one. He can also put it on the website. They can download it on the website.
Right.
I was thinking more of the general public in
It's set up
light
for,
of his
it's set up for that
objectives.
now. He can do that.
Okay, great. We'll do that as well, so that it can be at least out there for the public who are curious and very interested in what's going on in their public waterways. So,
Madam Chairman, if I could add, please.
Mr. O'Brien.
I think that, firstly, we, of course, wanted to come to you as the proper board. We are advisors to the Board of Selectmen. We do not make any decisions. We are strictly advisors. We've had some successful things in our background, if I could mention a couple quickly. One is we were the first town, to my knowledge, on the eastern seaboard of the United States that arranged for a no-discharge harbor. Now, in my opinion, there's almost every town on the eastern seaboard. Now, in the Great Lakes, they had them back as early as the 1950s and 1960s. I'm talking Bar Harbor to Key West. We were the first one, Wareham, to do it, MRC. Secondly is that, let's see my notes here.
We'll be the first one to do a harbor management
That's correct.
plan
Thank
for
you,
a town
Alan.
also, if we do the council.
Yeah, is that we were the first community, the first town. There may have been a few cities such as Gloucester or New Bedford that had a harbor management plan previously, but we were the first town to put it together, a harbor management plan. We, in a sense, were the footprint that other towns followed later and perhaps even more successfully. So some of these things are what we've tried to do. The last two boards of selectmen particularly, I think, have been willing to listen to us. I won't make comments about some of the previous boards of selectmen. But we do want to work very much with the harbor master. We think we have good grounds for believing and optimistically that we will be going along with his advice, if this passes, very, very close to 100%. But there are some things that I think need to be opened up to the public a little bit wider than just one or two people whose basic job by the state edict is to manage boating. Because there's other things out there we have to look at besides boating. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
Again, thank you very much. I'm sure the board will be very interested in reading the report, and we'll get it out there for the public to read. We appreciate your hard work, and I'm sure that we will be the first again in something to do with this, because...
One last thing, if I could, again, I hope I'm not over-abusing my privilege here, but we do plan to have public meetings. They will be well-publicized, as we had them in 1992. They'll be very well-publicized in newspapers, on Internet, television stations. We want the public to come and discuss this with us.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
believe me,
O'Brien.
we will listen closely.
I'm sure they'll be very happy to participate. Thank you again, gentlemen.
Thank you. Nice
Thank
to
you.
see you, Mr. O'Brien.
Before I continue on, is there anyone else waiting for anything that we need to discuss this evening? Is there that I've missed? Okay, then we'll go back. Mr. Andrews.
Maybe we could just bring Mr. Gaines maybe through you, Madam Chair, we could bring Mr. Gaines up as one part of my report, which I'm happy to.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Just quickly, if I might.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gaines, for your patience. I apologize.
Under item C.
My pleasure.
Madam Chair, I'd just like Larry to recount some of the great ideas and really free flow of concepts and different types of programs that we talked about on March 1st with members of the Friends of the Elderly.
To you, Madam Chair and Selectmen. We had a meeting with Mr. Andrews and Susan Green, the temporary director, and presented some propositions that the Friends of Wareham's Elderly are willing to do to further enhance the availability of services to the seniors. One of them we developed was this year, we're going to need a lot of consumer input, rather cooperation. We are planning to buy this year a freezer combination refrigerator because up in the Plymouth food bank, we have available frozen food, chicken, hamburgers, frankfurters, milks, frozen meals that our seniors have no access to that come to our building. This is going to take a joint effort. We're making an application for a grant for $2,500 to from United Way, and it's going to take a community cooperation because that's how United Way works with their grants. We have set up another wine tasting. We set up another dining with a cause. We're also going to be in the Swan Festival. And all of these activities will be successful if we get the full support of our citizens in the town of Wareham. We've had very good support on the past ones we've just held, and if we can arrange, somehow earn $4,000 to $5,000 in total, which will cover the total cost of the program, we will present the freezer and combination to the Council on Aging on probably by August 1st, so that we can go into winter with a more balanced diet for the people who need the food. The other service we're providing for, we have 4 volunteer drivers who go up to the Plymouth County Food Bank and bring back food once a week, sometimes twice a week. And that hasn't been done before either. And we have a fairly full pantry here for people who are in need. But it's all canned goods or box goods or cereal goods. This other project is going to add quite a bit of balanced meals to these people who need it. And you know what's going on out there in the economy, so you know they're going to need it more coming into the fall.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gaines. We appreciate all your efforts on behalf of the elderly, senior citizens, and I know that your organization, Friends of the Elderly, and the President, Yvonne Stone, they're all doing wonderful things, and we really appreciate the update on what's going on with your group. So
thank you.
Have a good evening, and sorry that we
I
kept
would,
you waiting.
before I leave, if I don't see you again between now and then, I want to thank you both for the service that you perform to the town. So God bless you both.
You're very welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Gaines. Can we go back to the town administrator's report then? And I'm going to excuse myself for just 2 minutes, and we will get...
Mr. Chairman, if I could just quickly on the item A, I'll go through leadership team and move a few of these items. I just want to give a personnel update to the listening audience and members of the board. That please be advised that applications for the position of Director of Assessment closed on Friday, March 11th. I've appointed a review committee, including Chairman of the Board of Assessing, Mr. Stephen Curry, or his designee, the Town Accountant, Biz Zaleski, Miles Burke, Director of Inspectional Services, John Foster, Treasurer Collector, Derek Sullivan, Financial Analyst, and a member of the board, and through the chair, I know that Mr. Holmes has offered his services, which I will humbly accept. I did meet with Mr. Curry. I want the board to understand that we did talk about the position which was posted, and I will keep you informed on that. I know that interviews are being set up for this week. Secondly, I am appointing a task force, including parking improvement and parking survey. Mr. Clerk, Walter Cruz and I have spent a number of special trips out to parking lots throughout the town, and I think it warrants some attention, which will include a task force of Mr. Mark Gifford from our Municipal Maintenance Department, Lieutenant John Walczak from the Police Department, and Co-Chairman Eleanor Martin from the Onset Bay Association, Jackie Lindsay from the Wareham Association, and Mr. Gary Buckminster, as well as Stephen Holmes and myself. This includes looking at an upgrade in technology to our parking lots where we can get improved services, not only in terms of the main focus, which is to improve public safety, but to improve access to various parking areas in town. Task force will tap into areas of regional parking to make the most effective use of its time.
Mr. Administrator, now this is like phase 2 of what we started last year, correct?
That's correct. Yep. This is trying to take a more technologically geared approach to getting people in and out of parking areas, and the police department through Chief Stanley have done a superb job in helping us with a study with this in this regards, and I will be bringing that study forward once we get more information on it. Item number 3, Mr. Chairman, I just want to inform the board that in your packet, just real quick, I do have a certificate for a seminar on preventing and addressing workforce discrimination, which I attended on February 25th. Madam Chair, welcome back. Hospital Emergency Response Team, we have a complete, God bless, a complete crew of our emergency responders at the Noble Training Center in Anniston, Alabama. This includes Mr. Dave Evans from our Emergency Medical Services, Mr. Bob Ethia from our Public Health Office, Mr. Gary Buckminster, Harbor Master, Glenn Gifford, and John Walczak from our Police Department, as well as Mr. Jeffrey Oswald and Raymond Goodwin from the Onset Fire Department, and Dave Wallstrom from the Wareham Fire Department. All costs for this training have been borne and paid for through South Coast Hospitals Group and FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and the training has been taking place from March 14th through the 18th. Madam Chair, on item B, if I could, you have before you, I believe it was submitted on March 1st. As I indicated, I would bring back to you quotations for Town Council. I am hereby recommending the firm of Blattman, Bobrowski, and Mead, Limited Liability Corporation for Town Council, notwithstanding labor services, which are going to be, in my opinion, handled by
We're going to discuss it.
Koppelman and Page. And I'm looking for your advice and consideration on this matter.
Thank you. It is a separate item on the agenda. I was going to suggest that we discuss it now, since it's part of the Town Administrator's report. Mrs. Winslow.
Madam Chair, thank you. Ms. Andrews, I'm very concerned about the recommendation of this new law firm. Copeland and Page has been town council here in excess of 20 years. Am I allowed to say the quotes that we got publicly?
You sure can.
Yes, it's public information.
Okay. The quote from the law firm that you have recommended to us is a flat fee of $216,000 per fiscal year. It does not include legal services on labor-related matters, general tax title work or routine hearings before the appellate board that can be handled without counsel, matters for which fees are required to be paid by permit, expert consulting fees, title examination, and costs for stenographic transcripts. Copeland and Page submitted to us a quote which was all-inclusive with no exclusions of $114,000 annually. Now, we're in a budget crisis.
Yep.
We've worked with this law firm for over 20 years.
Yep.
And one attorney left there and went to this new firm, and we're going to jump ship and spend over $102,000 plus per year.
Let me be clear, Madam Chair, through you, anybody who has worked with us on legal issues over the past year that I've been involved with, and by the way, if you look at the flat fee presentation, the flat fee does include all services relating to municipal contracts, procurement issues, presentations, appellate tax board hearings, and other substantive matters requiring assistance by counsel. By the way, monthly office hours, which have worked tremendously to help reduce our legal fees by over 21% mid this fiscal year. And I attribute that to the hub of our legal team, which is Mr. Rich Bowen, in my opinion. And I'll just say this. You look at what has happened with our legal fees. We're budgeted for $250,000. Yes, I'd like to bring that down. In fact, I believe we can. But we can do that with the continued arrangement that we've made with the lead counsel, Mr. Bowen, in my opinion. And that's just my opinion.
Mr. Andrews, the entire quote, and I definitely appreciate what Mr. Sullivan tried to do here, but he didn't give us the whole picture. If anybody sat down and read the entire quote from Copeland and Page, all these things were inclusive, the things that we're getting now.
I believe everybody has the quotes in front of them, and I would
it
take
says,
a look at them.
It says it's subject, no, all we have is the summary that was given to us.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Mrs. Ekstrom.
Thank you. I guess maybe I missed the memo or misunderstood. I thought we were going to be discussing town council insofar as what the board was going to consider for criteria, that we weren't going to make a decision tonight. The last time that we interviewed for town council, we actually had interviews for town council. And I think that when we had put these quotes out way back when, or put out the request, that I had even said that if we had to, meet on an off night so that we could do the interviews, because it is, I know they're public records, the amounts, but these are, it would be an interview for a job. It would be the respondents. We could do it as a preliminary interview. We're the ones that appoint, because while I understand both sides of this discussion, I think that, Copeland and Page has been there for many years. They've been, steady with the town. I also understand that a lot of that is in part because of an attorney who has left there. And I think that, we had other responses that we're not even discussing, and that, do we do a cutoff of a price range, or do we bring in the respondents and talk with them? Because a lot of times you just get a feeling, and that you talk with someone and you say, I think they can continue with us, or I think that they can go forward with us, or hey, this guy here that did a couple little things back here, I think he's the one we should go with. So I don't know why we're jumping to do something on things that we've just gotten reviews on. I do understand that under the charter we do have to appoint counsel in March, but I want to give everyone a fair shake at it, and so I would like to recommend that if we can get in touch with these people, all of the respondents, and see if we can get a couple of nights that that we can discuss with them or interview them, and then discuss it as a board.
Madam Chair, if I could, just that.
Mr. Andrews.
I think unless I'm missing something, I did what the board asked me to do, which was to get quotes. And if the board wants to interview, that's fine. I just want to say this to you. In my 31 years, we have a hub of a lead counsel who's on board with us, who works with me on a daily basis to head off legal issues that in many cases could cost us tens of thousands of dollars, in my opinion. And I have in my hand, I just want to put this forward, you had it in your packet earlier, the meeting of December 13th for the town of Nantucket, when the lead counsel indicated that he would be lead counsel for the town of Nantucket. So unless he's a great swimmer, I'm not sure how he can be lead counsel in Nantucket and be lead counsel in Wareham, in my opinion. So as I see things, and these are the official minutes, I can get them stamped, but the idea is that we have a lead counsel We have made great progress on legal matters. We have made great strides on keeping things out in front of us from our Friday free legal seminars. And I'm just making my recommendation. It's up to the board to weigh in and give the advice and counsel in vote to take this up, or to have interviews, and that's fine with me.
Madam Chair, there's no indication that the Copeland and Page quote, which is significantly less, and who has provided this town with legal services over the last 20 years. I'm sure we've lost more than one attorney over the last 20 years. I mean, they're well equipped. They're one of the top municipal law firms in the Commonwealth. They can handle any type of litigation that comes their way with all the different types of attorneys that come with them.
Well, I think, and I think going back again, rather than, deciding that, we have quotes from other firms. So my recommendation is, and Blattman is one of them, but I think that, we should, well, you're saying that, Copeland and Page has these ones. You know what? If we interview them, then perhaps this one says, oh, yeah, not only do we have the person who has argued on land uses, we have the guy who literally wrote the book on land use, and so I'm not making a judgment one way or the other. I just thought that the discussion was going to be about our selection process. Like I said, maybe I misunderstood, but that's what I thought it was. And that's what I would hope it would be.
Well, I would definitely support an interview process. I have great concerns about making a big change, especially when there's such a large... The other quote, by the way, that came in also with exclusions at $100,000. So this quote is significantly higher than the others, and I think that sitting people down in front of us and getting an idea of what they're offering, it may be the best idea.
So if we could do it, perhaps, well, I don't know what the rest of the board, I'll wait for them, but I would be happy to do it next Wednesday and Thursday if we could get them in evening interviews with them or something.
I'll do whatever needs to be done.
Mr. Holmes or Mr. Cruz?
Yeah, Madam Chair, maybe I've missed something. I didn't jump in the water. I didn't jump off a ship because a counsel left a law firm. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe Mrs. Winslow could explain.
Would you like me to explain?
I would love to hear that explanation.
Attorney Bowen left Copeland and Page, and we're still utilizing his services, which I'm assuming are special counsel services now. And we're not utilizing the services to the extent that we once did of the duly appointed town council. So Attorney Bowen jumped the Copeland and Page ship, went to a new law firm, and now all of a sudden we are supposed to just go with this law firm sight unseen and quote $100,000 higher. And I have an issue with this whole thing.
Those are the comments I don't get.
We get the gist. We don't have to be angry people.
We asked, my understanding, maybe I missed 10 or 12 meetings here, but I thought we asked the town administrator to go out and get bids and bring them back to the Board of Selectmen. Hey, did we not ask that?
Yes, we did.
Mr. Bowen, if I recall, was still working at Copeland and Page when we did that.
Yes, sir.
So the comments of jumping ship because an attorney left, that's just not factual. I'm sorry. We asked for this before he left that law firm. Mr. Andrews has brought us the bids, and he's, in his town administrator report, is saying what he would like. The Board of Selectmen hasn't made a motion. We've just begun to discuss it. We haven't taken any votes. So these comments, I just find it, unless I've missed something, and I will apologize if I have, I thought we were just beginning to discuss this evening, Madam Chair. I could be mistaken.
No, you're not mistaken. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I think that, Mr. Cruz, sorry.
Yes, Madam. Yes, Madam Chair. Now, we do have three quotes in front of us, and it's inclusive as one of the colleagues first said, the first one is 216,000. The other one is 114, and you got 100,000. In any business, you take the bid, you go with the lowest one, unless, when you read it, there may be some inclusions in it that's going to bring you back up to 150. Now, you have one with 114, that's a flat fee and everything's included. Now, I believe that a supervisor needs people around him that he's comfortable with working with. But how much is that comfort going to cost me? For 100,000, I'll be comfortable with anybody. So I think we need to look at it, get it down, interview the people, because there may be some hidden things in this, because all I see is a flat fee does not include, subject to no inclusion, so that's everything's with it. The other one, we're paying $165 per hour outside of what his fee is. So it's going to go more than 216. Even with the 100,000, it's going to go more than 100,000.
Thank you. But I did hear in the discussion that you are okay with doing an interview with each of the firms. Did I hear that in your
Well,
discussion?
if that's what the board likes, but we already got the figures here. If they want us to take a vote, then we're going on flat dollars.
Well, if I may, Madam Chair, Mr. Cruz, just for everyone's information, that Mass General Law, Chapter 30B, which is the procurement law, which does do the, go to the lowest bidder, legal counsel, engineering's, the specific expertise and quality type jobs where it's a failing or those things are actually exempt. So and they specifically make them exempt because of the unique relationships that you have with the with legal counsel, and I do understand what you're saying, that hey, if it's this much money, we don't need that one or whatever. I do understand that, but I think that there is a reason for that in the law, or else counsel would be 30B, and you'd have, pardon the phrase, but every ambulance chaser running into municipal law because they knew they could get some money. So I just think that, like I said, I don't think I have. I haven't given one way or an opinion what my sentiments are. I just think that I do understand, yep, if there are exclusions, and while Mrs. Winslow was saying it, one said it doesn't include this, it didn't include experts or something like that. Well, I would bet that when they say no exclusions, they mean strictly for legal counsel. And every one of them, if we went to court and we had to get an outside expert, no law firm is going to pay for that. They won't charge us for the legal aspect, but if we have to have a surveyor or something like that, we're on the dime for that as well. So I think that we should look at it, because I think one was more clear on what was excluded, where the other ones weren't. And so that's why I think really an interview, a qualitative interview process, and I understand we have to do it in March, so I understand it would be quick. And look, they want the business, so they'll make it happen when we can make it happen. But that would, again, be my recommendation.
If I could just add a couple of things. There's a saying, caveat emptor, buyer beware. And I'm going to say that, over the last 4 years that I've sat on this board, Copeland Page has provided us with very good service, but not always as timely as we would like them to provide it with us, because they're a very large firm. And if you're paying a low dollar fee, like $114,000, you could be sitting in line waiting for them, where you could get this other guy on the phone and with an immediate response. So I think, again, we need to be looking at qualitative versus quantitative, which is the price, because you need to pay attention. I know there have been a lot of times when we had to really press the button to get the attention of a very large firm, and I know that everybody's wanting to make a low bid, and because they are so big, they can make a lower bid. But I do think that we should get them in here and talk to them then, if that's if that may be the only solution to get a feel for it. I understand, Mr. Andrews. I appreciate your feeling of comfort with the gentleman who has been doing a lot of our legal services for us during the year that you've been here, and it is rather unfortunate that that he's parted ways, but I do think that that's also a consideration, because you want to do business with somebody that you're comfortable with, who you know is going to pick up the phone when you call at 9 o'clock at night.
Saturday
So if the board would like to bring these firms in and we can question them a little further, we can do that next Wednesday and Thursday. Mr. Andrews, if you can see if they're available. Even Tuesday, well, I think our agenda is pretty full for next week. But we actually do have Copeland and Page coming in next Wednesday to do next Tuesday, an executive session to do an overview of the outstanding litigation that we have with the firm right now.
Madam Chair, I can set that up and present the schedule to you and for the board to take a look at.
Oh,
is that amenable? Is the board amenable to that?
I think that's fine. And I know I said 2 nights or whatever. If you can get them all like a 5, a 6:30, and an 8 or something, that I don't know if the board or timing-wise if they could do that.
5 p.m. at 6 to you, Madam Chair.
6:30 and an 8, it would give us
Okay.
just about over an hour with them, and then.
Does anybody have if we can get them on Thursday, that'd be better than Wednesday, but we can't get them. Well, that might not be better for Walter, I'm sorry. It would be better for me. Sorry,
For
Walter.
that price, I'll be in.
Could take up a collection.
Yeah, that's
You get what you pay for.
right, you get what you pay for.
Would also be helpful, Madam Chair, if, because some of these quotes have exclusions, if we could get an idea on what our experience has been in those areas over the past year or to date. I know the FinCom had been keeping track of legal services by type. I don't know if they're still doing that, but
I think they were happy that our costs were reduced by so much, but that was largely in part to free services. But, okay. Wednesday or Thursday,
Well, if we
whichever
can-
night you can get.
Wednesday or Thursday?
We've got to check with the firms and see who we can get
Okay.
in. I mean, we could do Copeland and Page when they come next Tuesday if that's convenient for them, and then just schedule the other two.
They're being paid because of this executive session.
Yes, sir.
And that would be inappropriate. Madam Chair, that would be inappropriate to pay somebody to come for an interview.
God bless.
Because it's convenient. Let Mr. Andrews set up the interviews, please.
I just thought I might save
I
him a trip
understand.
down here, that's all,
No,
Steve.
I understand, but, to pay somebody to come and be interviewed for a job would be inappropriate. And I understand technically we're
Well,
not.
let me take that back. Maybe they're not charging to come down and give us this
you believe that the email
this
said.
summation of what's going on.
Maybe
I
we
asked
should
them.
check that.
Yeah, it's just another.
No, I agree with you.
It's another interview in private with the board, and
I agree that if
They
they're
won't be in public. They won't be
if they're
private.
on the clock, then they shouldn't be. If we're paying by the hour, then
they're on
they
official
shouldn't be.
board business. They should not be.
They shouldn't be
interviewed
interviewed,
at that time.
But I
Madam
thought
Chair,
that
I think also, excuse me one second,
One at a time.
Member Winslow.
Mr. Andrews.
I think the entire team, including the lead counsel, should be here, because that's what's listed on the quote. So we can ask questions, where else are you lead counsel? What are you doing in other communities? Because I think that's an important, and what have you done? So, I mean, those types of questions, I think, should be raised.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if I could ask Guy to come up, he has other business with us, but I have put in your packet on the item D, just real quick, onset sewer pipe update.
Madam Chair, you're going to need a motion to go beyond the hour 10, but I am going to
So moved.
excuse myself, so I don't want to make it or second it.
Oh, you can second it and then leave.
Okay, I'll second it.
All in favor of going beyond the hour of 10?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Madam Chair, as you know, just real quick, at the onset, Stonebridge sewer pipe update from Mr. Campina. Just a quick, fast-fire update, Guy. What you have in your packet is a number of documents, including the sign-off from the Massachusetts Department of Revenue, and also from the Massachusetts Division of Capital Asset Management, to provide us with the emergency tools to get this project up and running as quickly as possible. Through you, Madam Chair, Guy, can you give us an update? As to, last time I talked to you, you were full of mud and all kinds of stuff and going home to take a shower. So give us the update real quick.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to the board.
we bypassed. We've got the bypass operational. We got it online about 6:30. We've jetted the existing line we're going to replace, so as we cut it, we don't drip anything into the bay. So we jet rod it. Took some time. And that's pretty much where we are. We've located all the utilities, so there'll be no issues there. So we're moving really, really quick. And tomorrow may be a washout. If it is, we'll pick it up Thursday. If it isn't, we'll be back at it first thing in the morning. We're working 8 to 4. That's the detail hours. Even though we have some more daylight, they want us off by 8 by 4. So what we do is we push everything over. If we have to work, we go on the other side of the bridge, don't disrupt the traffic for safety, and we continue to do what we have to do. So
Yeah.
it's moving along pretty good.
Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Campini. Good evening, Guy, and thank you for your work. We discussed at our emergency meeting that night to request this fund and approve the bid. I believe it was the company in Taunton that won the bid. One of the key components of approving that bid was 2 details on that bridge, one on one side and one on the other. Today was very dangerous down there. As you know, I live there. And I went over that bridge at least 6 or 8 times today. It was very dangerous, Guy. When you came from the village, there was no police officer there. There were trucks coming over the bridge. If there were cars coming over, you had a shot at making it by. Right? You get over the other side, the guy was sitting on the back of a pickup truck. I'm just going to tell you like it is, because somebody gets hurt, we're going to have a problem. And it's in that agreement that they're going to provide 2 details, is it not? That's what we voted on.
It's in the agreement. However, I hire the detail. He's hiring the detail. They send, I guess we'll have to emphatically ask for 2 officers, but we asked for safety. Matter of fact,
I wasn't very safe, Guy. That's
well,
all I'm
I
trying to tell
understand
you.
that. I must tell you before, I'll even take it one step further. I was on site at 8 o'clock, no detail. So I am handling the traffic. I have a barrel. Gentleman hits the barrel, takes his mare out, but took me out. So we're talking safety. And what really troubled me is go back a couple of weeks, or actually a month when this happened, I got a good chewing from the police because they said I'm operating unsafely. So I understand where they're coming from. So their responsibility if they felt it was unsafe, and they felt one officer could grab it both sides. But I will ask again for 2 officers, explain it, and I'll go from there. If I tell them to, I guess,
I think that's what we agreed to at the emergency meeting.
Absolutely.
When we
thought
did
the same,
math,
absolutely.
right? When we did the math, remember
Absolutely.
we figured out that it was.
It was very. It
2
was.
officers for 2.5
And if you get a little
weeks.
bit of drizzle or something, and people got windshield wipers on, that's going to
Absolutely.
become It was very dangerous there today. I can
Well,
tell you that.
it has been, and when we talked
And I
to the
wasn't
contractor,
using my cell phone while driving. I wasn't texting. It was just. And then you had to sit there and wait, and a truck come over, and then if a car come over, should I take
I
a
agree.
chance and go? It wasn't very good, guys.
I agree, and we'll change that. And we also, the contractor's backed out the cost, so he's aware of it also, and he says, well, it's great, so he backed out the cost. So when the final time comes to settle, we won't pay for that. But nonetheless, it's all about safety, and I agree with you 100%. It's not as safe as it can be, so we'll address that in the morning.
Other than that, I mean, I see it all day long. And other than that, I mean, I think it's moved very quickly. It looks good, except for that one issue today.
I understand, and we'll definitely take care of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Guy.
Definitely take care
Thank you,
of it.
Madam Chair.
All right. Well, while we have Mr. Campino up here, why don't we just go right to the sewer betterment abatements in case anybody has any questions about them? And then Mr. Campino can go home. The first one is for a sewer betterment abatement at 18 Gardonia Street in Parkwood Beach.
Yes, it's 2 betterments on 1 lateral. It's a lot and a half, listed as 2, so they were assessed twice, so we just need to give them back 1. This is the second of the Parkwood project that we have.
Does anybody on the board have any questions on this abatement request? Was there a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion for us to abate the sewer betterment that was assessed to the property located at 18 Gardonia Street, Parkwood, map 38, lot 294B, in the amount of $15,010.
Is there a second? All in favor? Opposed? Abstained? It's 400.
Mr. Bradford, I don't know what order you have him in, Madam Chair, but Mr. Bradford owns that gas station in Onset, I guess, as you head up Onset Avenue towards the center on the left. I guess he turned the water off, and then he had the Onset Fire, the Onset Water District turn the water off, and then he's just getting to us now. We decided to abate him $298. He just got the bill. We'll abate that. Because he turned it off himself back in 2009, and then the water department in 2009, he notified us later, and we can only go back a year, so we're not going to go back to 2009 and address that. So it's just the one half-year billing, $298.
Thank you, Mr. Campina. Does anybody have any questions on this?
That's a half a year. That's the recent one.
They're asking for the first half of fiscal year 2011. Oh, I assume Mr. Campina is recommending $298 for the first half year.
We haven't done the second half of 2011 yet, but he could, so.
You know, and I mean, the first one I don't have a problem with. You know, it was our error. It was a double assessment. You know, this one here, the guy owns a business, and I understand that the economic times are tight, but, you know, there's no incentive there for him to get anyone in there to rent it if he's getting everything abated. So I'm not a big fan of these ones. I mean, it's not like it burnt down. It's not like, it's just that he hasn't produced any business there, so we're going to let everyone else pay it. I don't.
The water shut off, but the criteria is, so the water is shut off, but you're right. And he said he's marketing it, so I don't know. And you know, he could use it. You know, he could technically go in there and use it. We can't stop him, but he's saying he's not using any facilities. I don't know.
Yeah, but neither are people that are
I understand.
in Florida for the winter.
I understand.
Does anyone else have a question for Mr. Campina on this property? Is there a motion? No? No one wants to make a motion on this property?
No. Nope, I believe that if there was a reason other than an unsuccessful businessman, then we should consider it, but I think I've been...
Well, I do think, like, as Mr. Campina explained, if the water is, the criteria for the abatement is for the water to be shut off, and that's, we've abated others on, based on that criteria before.
We based...
Our abatements on the water having been shut off at the property. So I think that we've...
On residential or commercial? Because commercial, I was going to say, I mean, I know I've had this issue before, that it's not...
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes?
If I may, the only difference is, speaking to Selectwoman's Ekstrom's point, the only difference is when the water shut off there, it doesn't preclude him from doing business. He doesn't have to go to the bathroom. You know, I mean, he can go there and fix a vehicle, where in the residence, when the water's off, it's uninhabitable. So I don't know I don't know anything about commercial, to my understanding. It's the first time I dealt with it, so that, you know, whatever the board decides, I'm certainly comfortable with, because there's that question of...
Right, except that I would say that we all ride up and down Onset Ave every day.
It's
And it's been a long time since there's been any business going on in this building. A long time.
Absolutely.
So your procedure is if the water's shut off, there's abatement on sewer?
No, it's one of the criteria.
That's one of the criteria, absolutely. Water being shut off for 1 year is indicative of the building not being used. And so, in this building, we do go by, and I haven't seen it, although I have seen people there, and they tell me it's realtors and other people trying to get it sellable, so.
And there were cars there not too long ago, a whole thing of cars.
They say they're getting ready to be.
And then they found out they couldn't get a license.
So now, how do we avoid this in the future? So you won't have
That's a
another
good
bill.
question. As far as businesses go, I think you'd have to almost go out of business to be abated and shut down the whole 9 yards. I don't know, to be blunt, I don't know if there's still a business license on this particular piece of property. I couldn't tell you.
No, there isn't. I mean, for a used car business, there isn't, and it's the grandfathering has already been passed or whatever,
So-
and there isn't any. But if I may just say that, and this is where I have a problem. A resident, and I know, Chairman Donahue, I think that many years ago, or several years ago, before I was on the board even, there is a gentleman that we all know in Onset that told me the story that in order to get an abatement, they made him remove the pipes from his building so that he couldn't, there was no way he could even sneak or whatever. So it's gone to that extreme. To the other extreme where businesses were calling up the water pollution control facility and saying, you know, yes, this plaza that I own, 3 stores are vacant, 5 stores are vacant, and then they would just not bill them. So it's gone from one extreme to the other. I do know that we've given them before, but I always thought that there were extenuating circumstances. And one of the things that I thought we had done before was, if they're a business, I mean, because you also have to realize, if they're a business, they write it off as a business loss if they can't rent it. A homeowner can't write it off as a business expense or a personal loss if they pay a sewer bill but aren't using it, because it's a commercial property. So, I mean, it's income and investment, and it would be considered a loss. So they would still benefit, even, or I shouldn't say benefit, they would still be able to make up for it if they weren't, if they paid for it, whereas residents can't. So.
Well, we have no motion, so we'll move on to the next one, please.
The next one, let's do, the next one I have here is, this is an interesting one, and it'll speak to the next thing on the agenda, is for, this is 9 Marine Ave, Walsh, Hurd, Patricia. We are requesting for the abatement of $298. If you look at the billing, she was sent 2 bills, one for $49.67, and she has no problem paying that, and she wanted to pay the $298 for next year because she is on sewer. However, she is one of the properties included in that commitment I'm going to ask for a little bit later, because it was those properties that hadn't connected. But she's connected as of, I believe it was June of 2010, I believe it was. So the problem is we got 2 bills to this young lady, so we just want to abate one and let the regular bills go out, and she'll pay that regularly. Because if you look, we have 2 accounts. I created an account because she was on that list of people not paying. She puts sewer on, and she creates another account. So we can't bill 2 accounts. So I have to close one, we'll abate this, close it, and then bill her properly on the account that she has open. It's that straightforward. And there was an overview. I didn't look at it, and my administrative assistant didn't catch it. I was just so anxious to get those folks committed that hadn't tied in, and she was one of them, and I didn't find out that she tied in. If I had done a little more diligence, I'd have found that she had tied in, and I would take her off that list. And so I'll eat that mistake. So I want to give her back her money, get her on the proper list. She's tied in, she's doing the right thing, and let's just abate what we did on the penalty side, or the side of those that haven't tied in, and let's bring it to the side that she complied and tied in. So we'll abate the $298, bill her properly, and live happily ever after. She's happy, we're happy, and she's going to be charged properly. Well, the account is 792,370. I created that account because those were the accounts of people that hadn't tied in. She tied in on her own, so she was account number 792,396. So that's the account we're going to use. So we're asking for abatement on 792,370, and we're telling them not to pay that bill, but only pay the bills that come under the account number 792,396.
This is Harding Ave, right?
I'm sorry?
Harding Ave?
No, this is Marine Ave. we'll get to Hardin in a second. This is Marine Ave, this is Patricia
I don't have.
Walsh,
I don't
Patricia Hurd, you don't have that?
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I'm sorry. No, yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's not in order.
That's, I was looking at the numbers and I'm like, this
Yeah, I'm
number
sorry,
isn't
I'm
matching.
probably out of order, I get
No,
it.
no, that's
so
okay.
I apologize.
No, so this is, now that one makes sense then.
And she wanted to pay it, but we wouldn't let her because we want to make it, we want proper accounts.
I'll make
We're
a
going to close
motion.
that account.
Okay. I will make a motion to abate sewer account number 792370
Yes.
for 200, is it the 298?
Yes.
Yeah, $298 for the first half of FYO billing. I mean
Second.
FY10 billing.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? It's unanimous. Thank you.
And the final one in Harding, it's straightforward. It's not one of those properties I bought forward. She was billed. Shame on me. There's no house on it. It's a foundation only.
Nice work.
Thank you. I was just grabbing everybody, and I figured if they didn't complain, it's fine. If they complained, we'd work it out. But
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to abate $298 for account number 792381 for the first half of fiscal year FY11.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? It's unanimous, 400.
And actually, I think, and when I look at it, it's the right thing to do because I don't know, and she hasn't paid us, and we haven't collected, so we get the right information, and we're happy. But those that need to be charged are getting billed also.
Okay. The last piece of sewer business we have is to approve the commitment for charges in lieu of sewer usage billing in the amount of $24,404. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, where is that?
$24,404.10. That is the, again, here's the issue there. We sent all those bills out, and we got our first payment. We have a check for $1,000 and something. I don't know where to put it. I talked to Mr. Foster. He said it's never been committed. So I've got that check that he can't take into the town. So if you commit the $24,000, then I have someplace to put that check, and all the checks that come in subsequent to this one, we have a place to put it. Because I think, I can't give you the date, but we went after all these delinquent accounts. We billed for people who haven't tied in. And one of the gentlemen said, oh, okay, I'm sorry, here's a check. I want to clear it up. I want to tie in. I have no place to put that check.
I'll make a motion for the board to commit for charges in lieu of sewer usage billing in the amount of $24,404.10.
Second.
Good enough?
Aye.
We'll deposit that check. And then the regular sewer use billing you have, that's, I think that's 2.4 million or what, I don't have it in front of me, but that's second half, yes. And we really need to, the time is of the essence. We apologize. We're moving forward. We're going to bill July and February faithfully. I think there's been an issue in the past with setting the rates, but we can always clean it up in February. I think we just be consistent, get the money rolling in, so.
I'll make a motion for the board to commit for the second half billing for FY11 sewer user fees in the amount of $2,480,605.64.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? It's unanimous.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Campino.
Finally, before I go, if you need me, I'm going to go, but on this, I don't know if you have any questions on the Tam Young taking or the Bladgton. I have that here. It's on your agenda. Taking of easement for sewer contract number 2. That's who Cremisa. They're getting ready. The 21st of this month, they're going to start, which I believe is a week from past Monday.
Madam Chair, if we could, I recommend that we go back up to town business,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and then the guys just slow it down just a little bit.
Yep.
Okay.
Please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
G.
Yes, it would be item G under town business.
Item G? Go ahead.
Okay, the Tam Young property, that is a piece of property. I don't know if, there's only one book. We apologize for that. When the attorney came down, there's only one book that actually has the pictures in it. We're taking that property to put the, just the structures on it, not the generator and the control panel only. We're actually going to put the wet well in the street. There's a foundation on the property. It's a non-buildable lot, a non-conforming lot, and once we put sewer, I believe it's going to become conforming. So that is the taking, and that is in the amount of $8,000 that's been appraised, and $4,900 of that 8 is for damages, because if she does get the right to build on that footprint, the generator and will be close to her facility, so the assessor awarded her damages for that, and the balance of the 8,000 is for the actual easements. And the issue is that if we don't decide where to put this pump station, then we're going to continue drive-up costs.
It's not that. I was going to say, if I may, Madam Chair, can you just clarify that? If she gets permission to build on this unbuildable lot, because now it's buildable, what about the 4,300 or 4,900 versus the 8,000?
Because of the proximity. If she puts a house on that lot, that generator is going to be close to her house because of the footprint.
Yeah.
That they feel that the noise, 2 in the morning, if that generator goes off, it's going to wake her up. So that's why that's what the damage is, the assessor's opinion. If she builds, they went around for a while on this, and this is what they agreed upon, that the assessors and.
All right, I will move that the Board of Sewer Commissioners acting pursuant to the authority granted to them, to us, under General Laws, Chapter 79 and 83, take by eminent domain a permanent easement of 250 square feet and a temporary construction easement of 334 square feet in certain land owned by Tam Young, trustee for the Tammy Realty Trust, for the siting, construction, installation, use, and maintenance of a sewer pump station, generator, and electrical control panel, and that on order of taking be adopted awarding said Tam Young trustee the sum of $8,000 for the taking of said easements, and that the town treasurer pay said damage award from the funds appropriated by town meeting by the adoption of Article 5 of this annual special town meeting of May 9th, 2006, and further that each of the commissioners may individually execute the order of taking adopted hereunder and any other documents deemed necessary and appropriate to effect the purpose hereof without further meeting. May 9th, 2006. Have it wrong?
Yes, there's one correction. You should have the second one, because he came into at 1:30, submitted and it was supposed to go in the box, so there was a correct, you're absolutely right, there was a corrected date. Absolutely. And that was
Okay,
corrected.
so I will amend my motion to say April 23rd.
Yes.
Well, I still have to amend it so that it would be correct, because it's still a motion. I'm sorry, 2006 or 7?
7.
7, thank you, okay.
Second. Aye.
Yes, Bladgston, or I guess, it's Yak Cates Realty Corp. I think you're aware of what happened there. It was in the back part. It was one big parcel. He subdivided it. It's now moved to the front. The award was $9,300. He signed off already.
Okay.
Moving forward. He just, and we'll hold the check until it's recorded, and the check will be released, but
Okay.
he's in agreement.
Thank you. Okay, I will make a motion that the Board of Sewer Commissioners acting pursuant to the authority granted under Mass General Law, Chapter 83, acquired by purchase a permanent easement from Yakis Realty Corporation for the sum of $9,300 for the to recommend what you were recommending with the idea of Walmart with the tank, so that,
Yes.
but that, that would be a recommendation to you. But I think that,
Right, and all
we're
those
not
people,
engineers, and
right. and
they
we're-
get their own things to figure out, so.
Right, and
But
the
we
other
have the
thing,
capacity.
right, and if they decided to go through the neighborhood, I mean, all those people could get sewer with no betterment fee. So, I mean, they could choose to tie in or not
Just
tie
the
in.
hookup, right.
Just because the pipe is going by their place, so. Thank you.
Thank you,
Most
Guy.
welcome.
Thank you very
much.
Okay, you want to go back to finish your report?
Real
and
quick,
then
Madam
we'll-
Chair, I'll expedite this real quick.
Take your time.
Thank you. Madam Chair, item E, I just wanted the board and the listening audience to be aware that through a number of discussions on the public safety side and capital planning side of things, I've been working with public safety personnel, including Chief Richard Stanley, Dave Evans, Gary Buckminster, Chief Bob McDuffie, to evaluate a joint public safety complex and to look at that in a way that might get us the best and most efficient use of our dollars collectively. It's a concept. I know this has been worked on before in the past. We've looked at the reports, and I just wanted the board to be updated that we are discussing this, and I will obviously work through the board to keep you updated as to how that process progresses. Item F has been spoken to. I just wanted to re-mention, if I could, the Wareham Works, our second annual Economic Development Summit, does include the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, Mass Office of Business Development, the Massachusetts Department of Housing and Community Development, the Workforce Investment Board, the Chamber of Commerce, both village associations, the Upper Cape Regional Tech, a number of town departments, and a number of local businesses that will be plugging in this year's fair, if you will, working with Member Ekstrom through you, Madam Chair, does include a trade show type of atmosphere, which will be encouraging individuals to come and businesses to connect to businesses. It's a so-called B2B concept in business development, so that businesses can work with each other locally and hopefully increase business activity within our town and region. We also have local banks and, once again, a number of eateries set for Saturday, March 26th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Well, this will be open to the public, correct?
Yes. Thank
So
you.
all members of the public are welcome to come to this.
Everyone, and I know Member Ekstrom is working on a snazzy type of bag
On the bank, yeah, we got those today, so.
that you will get,
One of those recyclable shopping bags.
and you can use it to shop when you go shopping. Am I correct? Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like it's going to be a very good event.
We're trying a little bit different motif this year, Madam Chair. We have a draft financial policy standard for the stabilization fund. I know this has been talked about at the Board of Selectmen level and also at the Finance Committee level. You have before you a draft. Once again, that's all that it is. It's a policy recommendation. As in other cities and towns, as we've done our research from Lexington to Concord to throughout the Massachusetts regions, that you have before you a draft policy recommendation, and I would ask the board for its consideration, amendment, whatever you'd like to do with it is fine by me. But it does speak to, I want to mention for the listening audience and those in this room, that we have been steadfast over the past 2 years. We have put $250,000, 150 is recommended this year. Last year was $100,000 into the stabilization fund, the so-called rainy day fund. And that amounts to over 12% of what we had for available assets in free cash. So it's not that we've just come down the pike and said, well, geez, we're going to put it all back in at one time, or we're going to short it. I've looked at what other cities and towns have done with their stabilization fund, and we are on or ahead of schedule, in my opinion. And I believe that a policy should be made because it will affect our bonding capacity in the future, and it is also a very good policy to have for the town. And I'll, once again, answer any questions you might have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Does the draft policy recommendation that we have is based on the a percentage of the estimated local receipts? Some communities do it this way because as your community grows, your estimated receipts also, stands to reason, will grow. Some communities do it based on percentage of their budget. Some communities do it based on growth. Our growth is pretty small. 5% of our growth wouldn't amount to very much. Our growth figure is been pretty leveled out around $200,000 to $300,000 a year. 5% of our $54 million budget would obviously be way too much money to even think that we could try to do something like that. The draft here says 5% of the estimated local receipts at 51, of which this year is $5,110,000. That would be $255,000 going into the stabilization fund. I think that, my personal feeling is that we should probably cap it around to be no greater than 3%, which is $150,000, which is, again, 12% of what we had available of free cash this year. So it's nice to be able to say that you're going to try to save a certain amount of money a year. That may not always be possible, but it's a goal in the policy, and we caveat the policy as a caveat to the goal that if in fact the town administrator could determine that the estimated allocation will interfere with the operations of the town, that he could recommend an amount lower than the 3%. So we kind of covered all our bases here. We're setting a goal. It's a reasonable amount of money, and the town administrator who puts the budget together, it still gives him enough flexibility in the event that we have even tighter times than we're experiencing now. Does anybody on the board have any comment or question?
Madam Chair, if I could, just one footnote. Even the town of Lexington, a very affluent town, obviously, to the north of us, went over a 10-year period to build up its reserves to amount that was sufficient, that they believed to be the best fiscal plan for them. And I'm not saying that we need to adhere to that policy, but a policy, I think, of 3% is a good one to start with. And I also believe that it will help our bond rating in the future. We did have a reserve at one time of over $1.5 million. It didn't all come out of the account at one time. It was pulled out over a number of fiscal years. So that being said,
well, it might have been.
Well, I have to tell you that it's pretty funny because I happened to...
Maybe it did.
I was in my attic this weekend, and I happened to pull out some reports of the Finance Committee and the warrant from 1980s. And our stabilization fund at that point in time was less than $136,000 in 1983. So maybe we should be way higher than that by now. But we also know that we did some pretty crazy things in the 80s and 90s. So, we're trying to get back on track here. Yeah, right. No, wait. For me, it was the 70s, okay, just because you're a little younger than me.
I had a comment.
Can you qualify that?
I just let it go.
Does that include all of us?
Good job. Good job, Mr.
Are you
Holmes.
looking for a vote, Madam Chair?
Yes, I am. I'm looking for opinions to begin with, and then
Okay, Madam Chair.
then hopefully Mr. Cruz.
Yes. Well, the last sentence is the best. So the town administrator will review, analyze, and determine that the estimate allocation will not interfere with the operations of the town. So saying that, I think it's we're on a done deal, right track.
People think that 3% is sufficient?
So you change it to 5
Like a range.
To 5 to 3?
You can even do a range, right? 3 to 5%.
Well, it says to be no greater than. I
Right.
mean, you
No
could say
greater
no greater than 5%, but 5%, just so you know, is $255,000. It's a huge chunk of change based on our local receipts.
There's no greater.
How about, I would say, how about no less than 3%? Yeah, no
So
less
that you
than
get
3%.
something.
Less than
Right.
3.
No less than 3.
That worry to 5% more.
Because you know what, if all of a sudden we get a huge windfall,
Yeah, all of a
you want to
sudden,
be able to put that $1 million right back in if you
Or if
had
you
it.
get a little tight, you say, well, this you won't put any in because you just said not greater than 5.
Right, exactly. So we'll put in 30
So
cents.
it's not greater than 5.
So I'd like to, I think it should be no less than 3%.
No less than 3%. Is that,
Would that work?
Works for me.
Does that work for you?
It does.
Work for you?
It does. Thank you.
okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Oh, you're still working
Would
for
you like
us.
it just, the policy read?
Sure.
Then I would make a motion for the Board of Selectmen to accept policy 1101, which would be the Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee must agree on an amount to be considered to be placed in the stabilization fund to be no less than 3% of the estimated local receipts. The The town administrator will review, analyze, and determine that the estimated allocation will not interfere with the operations of the town.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews.
Madam Chair, just real quick on the status report on issues, we've closed out the Financial Management Action Plan, and we'll be getting a report to the board with some of our work papers. We are scheduled to have a Cranberry Commons Task Force tomorrow after leadership team at 10 a.m. I am still engaged, no matter what you read in the media, with the Chief of Police. There's not a ring involved, but we are engaged in a process that is a process.
Well, it is a hot topic of conversation around town, Mr. Andrews. There's no doubt about that. So maybe there is a ring involved. I don't know.
It could be.
But it would be helpful to know if there's something that the board can do to assist you with this process, or...
We're winding down, Madam Chair, and I think I will work through you with other members of the board to keep you updated on that process. I'd like to set my compass, I said this before, not by what other, with all due respect to the news media, but other news media sources north of Boston set for their tone and tenor. I will set my compass by what this board has given to me as a directive to work with, and I will report back to you with when I have a result. The Model Regional Recreation Program.
Oh, well, let me stop you there, then, if you go to the next one, Madam Chair.
Please.
Last week, I brought this up and I asked for some kind of a detail about the chief, not ongoing. Basically, what you just did was we're ongoing.
We're still in that
dancing,
process.
we're engaged.
We're still in that process.
No ring involved. We did fill out an application. I'd like you to explain that application for the Management Assessment Program.
Sure.
If I have to force you to explain it, I will. Go ahead.
I'm happy to. It's a great question.
Well, that's what I mentioned last week, so that people know that there's many dance partners on the dance floor, and that if Mr. Stanley stays home, he stays home, and the town isn't just left abandoned. So I'd like to hear.
Sure.
Finish this thought and finish telling us what you've done.
Absolutely, positively. And once again, and do not take my comments out of line. I was just trying to explain that contracts of this type are not negotiated in the media, and I wanted to be clear about that. Okay.
I'm not asking you to do
I know you're not. We have been in constant touch with the Massachusetts Office of Human Resources. They've been greatly supportive of a process that is in place that if in fact we do not have a contract with the chief.
Agreement. It's an agreement, right?
That's correct. An agreement with the chief that a so-called assessment center is a plan by which we can assess whether we have within our own ranks the ability to have superior officers respond to and rise to the occasion to the level of the position of chief of police.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you have a Plan B in action, and I'm sure the community will be as well.
And that, by the way, has been used pretty in standard to current times in other cities and towns across the Commonwealth.
Linfield, I think, was one.
You are correct.
And they would still have to pass the chief's exam, regardless of the assessment, isn't that correct?
It's a different level of examination.
Right.
So it's given to by colleagues and by accreditors and other types of professionals in the field, and it takes it, to that level. If that does not work, we can certainly ask for it and get a written examination.
It would, Madam Chair, it would take the place of the written exam.
Right.
If it was approved by the town administrator and board of selectmen. And it works, it's approved through the Mass Human Resource.
Right.
It is approved for both civil service chiefs and non-civil service chiefs. As a matter of fact, it's becoming the new recommended way.
It is.
To pick a police chief, and we are members now of that. We've filed our intent with this group.
That's
a
correct.
regional group. It's a regional group that's formed. So, it's not, you hear all these stories in the papers about, if you don't get the deadline in right now, you have to wait till next year and all this other sort of stuff. This program can replace
Ongoing.
that. Thank you.
Does that cover it?
I think so.
Okay. We are working on a number of other fronts, Madam Chair, and just to expedite. The most important one is we are working closely with our contacts to find what the message and tone is going to be for the House Ways and Means budget that will be coming out in the next several weeks, and that will set a different course, if you will, from what the governor has proposed with respect to local aid and school aid, and I will keep you posted on that. And other safety issues we are attending to as the weather permits, and that concludes my report, Madam Chair. One other point, if I could just add one, I did send this evening, because of my commitment here, David Pichette, our conservation agent, to the town of Rochester to express, as I have in writing, to the planning board, my sincere and deep concerns with regards to the siting of an asphalt facility on the Wareham-Rochester line. I have worked with a number of residents and I have expressed, even though it was a very terse conversation with the chairman of the planning board from Rochester, but I stood up for Wareham. I want you to know that. Dave Bichette is going to stand up for Wareham tonight and let them know that my letter stands on behalf of the town administrator. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Mr. Andrews. We have a removal of property from 61A on Shady Lane. Request. Is Mr. Grady here? GAF Engineering. He was advised that he would be scheduled on our selectmen's agenda tonight. He probably left. Mr. Charbonneau has stated that the planning board has no issues with the removal of the property from 61A. They expressed no interest in acquisition of the property. I want to put a conservation easement on the property, which is why they're taking it out of 61A. Mr. Andrews, was this time sensitive, to your knowledge?
I was going to say, if this is down, this is our wetlands, isn't it?
Yes. It is all wetlands.
Because we actually have developments down there that have issues with water in their basement, so I think it's probably a good idea that we let them take it out.
Right, they want to sell a conservation easement on the property, and it needs to be taken out of 61A so they can do that. It has cranberry bogs and irrigation pools.
Get back.
What's the board's pleasure?
Madam Chair, in a letter from John Charbonneau, he says the board expressed no interest in the acquisition of the property.
But is that
That's
the
the
planning
planning
board?
board.
But that's what I was
Planning
going to say. Do we have from the Mr. Bichette? Yeah, Dave Bichette. Yep. Absolutely. Yep. And then I think that if the conservation agent and the conservation commission voted unanimously to have, because it'll have a conservation easement on it, and it'll be part of the Wetlands Reserve Program.
Would you like to make that a motion, Mrs. Ekstrom?
Sure, I'll make a motion to, what do you want to say, to not, what do you call it, not take advantage, not take advantage of, but not,
Has no desire to
has no desire to
retain 61A
the
status.
property, yes, the property located at map 57 lot 1004 A2 Shady Lane, from chapter 61A designation, that we have no interest in the property.
Is there a second? All in favor? Opposed? Abstained? It's unanimous. Thank you, Mrs. Ekstrom. Okay, we have the election warrant. Sorry, Mr. Cruz, you have to read this.
Says Brenda was doing all that.
Oh, you want Brenda to read it?
You know what, I'll tell you what.
One last time,
I would
for old
say,
time's sake,
if he,
Brenda.
well, I would say if he gets tired, I'll help him, I'll take over at a certain point.
In the name of the Commonwealth, you are required to notify and warn inhabitants of the town who are qualified to vote in an election to vote at Precinct 1, Memorial Town Hall, 54 Marion Road. Precinct 2, Dudley Brown, VFW, Gibbs Ballpark. Precinct 3, Dudley Brown, VFW, Gibbs Ballpark. Precinct 4, Deacon School, 760 Main Street. Precinct 5, Deacon School, 760 Main Street. Precinct 6, Elks, 2859 Cranberry Highway. On Tuesday, April 5th, 2011, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to cast their votes in the annual town election for the following: Board of Selectmen, 2 positions, 3 years. Board of Assessors, 2 positions, 3 years. School Committee, 2 positions, 3 years. Constable, 1 position, 3 years. Deputy Moderator, 1 position, 1 year. Ballot questions. Question 1. Shall this town approve the charter amendment proposed by the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting summarized below? It'll be a yes or no vote. Summary. Action on Article 41 of the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting approved the establishment of a 7-member, non-elective Board of Road Commission with responsibility of reviewing public ways and making traffic regulations from the Board of Selectmen / Road Commission. Question 2. Shall this town approve the charter amendment proposed by the October 25th, 2010 town meeting summarized below? Yes or no vote. Summary. Action on Article 42 of the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting approve on an amendment to Section 25E and Section 4-2 of the Wareham Home Rule Charter by eliminating the Personnel Board and solely entrusting personnel power in the town administrator. Additionally, this charge requires the town administrator to maintain an up-to-date employee handbook. Question 3. This town approved the charter amendment proposed by the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting summarized below. Yes or no vote. Summary. Action on Article 45 of the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting approve an amendment to the Wareham Home Rule Charter by adding a section that limits the eligibility of any elected official to hold a municipal position of employment while holding office unless such appointment has been first approved by the annual town meeting. Brenda?
Question 4. Shall this town approve the charter amendment proposed by the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting summarized below? Summary. Action on Article 46 of the October 25th Fall Annual Town Meeting approved by an amendment to Section 3-2B of the Wareham Home Rule Charter as it relates to limiting the role of selectmen in day-to-day administration of the town. Question 5. Shall this town approve the charter amendment proposed by October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting summarized below? Summary. Action on Article 49 of the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting approved an amendment to Section 4-2B of the Wareham Home Rule Charter to clarify the time when the administrator appointments become effective and the time within which the Board of Selectmen may act to affirm or reject such appointments. Question 6. Shall this town approve the charter amendment proposed by the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting summarized below? Summary. Action on Article 55 of the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting approved amendments to Section 5-2A and B of the Wareham Home Rule Charter by requiring the school committee to submit its budget to the town administrator 90 days before the town administrator must submit it to the Board of Selectmen, and by requiring the school committee to hold public joint budget meeting with other town officials. Question 7, shall the town approve the charter amendment proposed by the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting summarized below? Summary, action on Article 57 of the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting approved amendments to Section 6-3 of the Wareham Home Rule Charter with respect to the procedure by which the town administrator may submit and gain approval for plans of organization and reorganization. Question 8, shall the town approve the charter amendment proposed by the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting summarized below? Summary, action on Article 59 of the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting amends Section 7-5B of the Wareham Home Rule Charter by requiring that copies of rules and journals be kept in the office of the town clerk. Question 9, shall this town approve the charter amendment proposed by the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting summarized below? Summary, action on Article 61 of the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting approved with amendments to Section 7-6J and K of the Wareham Home Rule Charter, revising the definitions of the words policy and qualify. Question 10, shall this town approve the charter amendment proposed by the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting summarized below? Summary, action on Article 63 of the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting approved amendments to Section 7-10E of the Wareham Home Rule Charter by reorganizing the ballot format for recall petitions and candidates in recall elections. You want to take the next one? No, that's, you only got one more in the year.
25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting summarized below. Summary, action on Article 65 of the October 25th, 2010 Fall Annual Town Meeting approved amendments to the Wareham Home Rule Charter to provide for the election of a sewer commission and for a transition of power and duties from the Board of Selectmen to that sewer commission, and to attend the annual town meeting in the Wareham High School Auditorium, Viking Drive, on Monday, April 25th, 2011 at 7 p.m. to act accordingly. Thereof fail not, and make return of this warrant when you are doing thereon at the time and place of said election town meeting. Given under our hands this 15th day, March 2011.
Second.
Aye.
No. Yeah, we'll give you your own copy. You can read it. Okay, and last but not least, we have now to close the April 25th, 2011 Spring Town Meeting warrant.
Madam Chair, before we make a motion to close it, if I may, and on several of the articles, it has inserted by Article 7, inserted by Upper Cape Regional. No one has any authority to insert anything into this except for the Board of Selectmen or petitioners by qualified petition. So if we could just, before we sign this and have it posted, if we could just have, Article 7 to say the Board of Selectmen at the request of Upper Cape, the Board of Selectmen at the request of the school committee, so that we, you and I won't be here, but I don't want to take the authority and the lawful execution of the warrant away from the Board of Selectmen and making it look like a free-for-all that everyone can put anything they want on it.
That request, Mr. Andrews, have the office fix that, please.
So noted, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Then I would make a motion to close the warrant as amended.
Right now.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? It's unanimous. Is there any other business to come before the board this evening?
Me?
Mrs. Ekstrom.
I know that Mr. Andrews spoke of the Wareham Works, and you had asked if anyone, it was open. The last line in the flyer or whatever, it says, so if you have a business, want a business, or you're just interested in what Wareham is doing for business, come to the connection. So it is open to everyone. And just today, Mr. Andrews and I attended the St. Patrick's Day luncheon over at the Council on Aging. Good time, great music, had a lot of fun. And I had something else, and I don't remember what it was. Do you have something else?
Mr.
Great. They were great.
Great Irish music, good. Mr. Cruz, did you have anything further?
Well, Madam Chair.
Mr. Holmes? Thank you all. I'll
Oh,
entertain.
Motion
no,
to adjourn.
wait, no.
Motion to adjourn.
Under liaison, we don't have liaison reports. We can't adjourn. We haven't finished the thing.
It's a
Liaison.
motion
That was
on the
any other
floor to
business.
adjourn. Do we have a second?
There's no second. Sorry, Mr. Holmes.
You didn't ask for a second.
You need a second.
Teasing.
He's teasing.
Don't get upset.
Teasing.
Now go
Okay,
ahead.
just very quickly, in light of the resignation of the former chairman of Council on Aging and the administrative leave of the director, we have no representative on Old Colony. And Ms. Green was asked, she chose not to want to be the representative, but the chairman of the Council on Aging, it was voted at the last meeting, for the chairman of the Council on Aging and Donna Barrows to be the representatives for the town. So I would like to make that motion.
Second.
That they have their, thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? It's unanimous. Any other liaison reports?
No.
Now you can make your motion.
Mrs. Ekstrom needs to finish.
I don't remember what
Is there
else I was
anything else?
talking about. Did I have something else? I don't
Well,
remember.
we'll give you a
tired, huh?
minute. Let
No,
her
that's
collect-
all right, that's
we'll
all right.
collect ourselves.
30 seconds.
That's all right.
Motion to adjourn? She's got
No,
something.
no, it's all right, it's all right. I forget everything all the time.
Was there a
no,
shout-out
no,
involved?
no.
Was there a shout-out involved earlier?
Was there? It was a shout out to Heather, wasn't it? Is
Oh,
that
shout-
what you said?
I think there was a shout-out to Heather.
That was one thing.
I had a shout out tonight too for my little friend who's 93 years old. We also have a centenarian from Onset, Mrs. Mendes. Happy birthday to her.
100.
I'll never make it, Mrs. Mendes. Good for you. And there was another woman in Onset, 90 years old, Mrs. Tavares, I think. So happy birthday to all of you, and wrong, everybody. I was wrong. Okay, so we're all in favor of adjourning? Opposed? It's unanimous, believe it or not. Good night, everybody. Thank you.